Good morning, folks. How are we doing? I am getting everything all set up. Thank you very much for the pin, Songvale. Getting everything that I use to monitor the stream ready to go for the day. I need it all to let me monitor the stream without causing a bunch of weird backfeeding and all of that y'all do not need to listen to, or want to, I'm sure. Once I have Twitch pulled up on my phone here, so that I can monitor the chat, we are going to get going. I am playing on Lava Lash, and at the moment, I have just done /u 1 to 60 for Alliance. There is 2 people online. So that means it is a server all my own. I'd invite you all to join me, but since Blizzard has locked this server, if you did not already have a character on Lava Lash, you cannot. Which I think was done to try and guide people into servers that have more activity going on. But ooh, I need to update the way that this is set up. Has been done to guide people to servers that have more active player bases, because understandably that will give them more folks to interact with, and why is this even showing expansion? Obviously, all I'm doing is Season of Discovery. Okay. It'll give them more folks to interact with, and they'll be more likely to connect with other people and stay in the game, which is a big part of an MMO. But the reality also is that if you lock up a server, then more people cannot join, and this is the only roleplay server. So they've basically shut down any chance of it ever regrowing a community because people get into role playing on it. So that kind of sucks. Um, I could, but then I'd have to have another location, like for a whole laptop, because I'm on Windblade right now, sitting in my chair, and like I could set it up where like Windblade is where all my chat is and everything, and then be on Solstice somehow. But Solstice is the name of my desktop. Um, but I don't know. I feel like this is working fairly well. It would be cool to have a way to like hang my phone with the chat on the side of Windblade, like some kind of little bracket or something. But that's where we're at. So I think we are going to go ahead and Hearth. I usually do not use this add-on in classic versions of World of Warcraft, so it's throwing me a little bit, but it could be convenient. So I'll try it before I turn it off. What questing was I doing before? I am now 20, so all of these quests should be easy. I think before I was having a little bit of a challenge. We are doing questing in Darkshore. I admittedly have always really loved this cat form. Oh my goodness, it seems like it runs so slow. Um, I've always loved this cat form, and so in that respect, I feel like I want to be a cat druid. But the DPS was so much better as a caster, and also when we were playing for my WoWiversary tour, we did in fact get the Emberstone staff, which was a classic weapon for me. My druid had this for a long time, although looking at the stats and remembering that I wanted to be a cat, it was a weird choice. But I suspect maybe being balanced is going to work better for us. We'll see. We'll see. Just looking through these real quick to see what the abilities are, because I have not played for quite a while. And I have extra heals. and free wrath. Yep. I think we're gonna have to continue on with kind of more of a balanced look for a little while. Ah, so my brother Argos sent you? I realize you must be weary from your travels, but we have much to talk about. And because I actually was already questing in Darkshore, we have nothing to talk about. I have already solved all of his problems. And or he was going to give me a dungeon quest to go to Black Fathom Deeps, but in Season of Discovery that is a raid and not a dungeon. So perhaps that quest does not exist. Now that I am 21, these quests are gray. Ah well. I'm gonna put this cat out. I feel like in such a lonely server, I mean, when I who won to 60, y'all can't even see it. Oh, it's literally just me now. The other person logged off. I think I might be the only one online on Lava Lash right now. This is an official server, um, but it is basically abandoned because it is locked, so new players cannot join, and they have free transfers off it. So most people have moved their characters or quit the game if they are here. But that kind of makes for a fun challenge. Um, I think I think World of Warcraft is better as a group experience, but which is also why I'm Twitch streaming, right? Like I'm trying to make it more of a social experience. Um, but there is also something that's kind of cool about the probably more authentic to Azeroth experience of adventurers being comparatively rare. Like that's why there's problems everywhere for you to resolve, is because there's not that many people um, out in the world able to help others. We're gonna fly to Darnassus, and I'm gonna put some of these things that I really just don't want to vendor, knowing that greens and things are gonna be so hard to come by. I'd rather keep these for alts or for any friends that join me on this server who previously had characters here, or just other folks I run into. Like you do slash who and you see super lobies sometimes. So, maybe it'll convince some of those folks to stay, if people were friendly to them. That is what happened to us on Tuesday. I was over on this character because I wanted to do like vanilla dead mines as the first step in my WoWiversary progression. Um, where I went through a number of memories and just cool things that had happened to me over the course of playing 20 years of WoW that I remembered. And there were a few more people online, including a 60, who ultimately helped me and a friend and somebody else we met to run Dead Mines, because the three of us were not going to be able to run Dead Mines by ourselves. And we ran 3 times until I was able to get this Emberstone staff, which was the big goal. That was the thing I really remembered from Dead Mines, was getting this staff and really liking the model. Um, so there are people around that are helpful and want to continue playing here, but it's very, very quiet. And I did notice this before as well. Like in the morning, the numbers on the server were super low, like not this low, but they were really low. And then when I was working on moving on and kind of getting into other things that happened in Vanilla or in Burning Crusade to me, um, there was 15 people online. They went and did Encourage. There was like a group of 60s that logged in and did Encourage together. So there's some people playing, but they effectively have an official yet private server, which is cool. I have to say though that like being on this really quiet server makes me feel like it's okay to have a stream also that's really quiet and isn't just like ripping and roaring and everything's happening. Um, it's like the mood of the server kind of translates into what I feel like the social temperature or speed of the stream needs to be, which is kind of relaxing if I'm going to be honest. All right. I must say I do not like this add-on for the bank, and because of something that broke with the WoW UI. Oh, good. In Classic it still works. With something that broke in the UI, they had said, at least for retail, that that toggle button to go between the two was not something that they were able to have enabled anymore. And I'm glad to see that they either resolved that somehow, or it at least is not an issue over in Classic. I'm keeping all of these cloth items in case I decide that I want to do a cloth character later. Do I have any other items that look like cloth? I guess I have two of these Sears belt. Maybe. Well, one of my characters is a disenchanter. I think maybe that's what I should do. I'll just send all this stuff to her, and I will let it be disenchanted. And that progress. I don't know. I found that kind of fun in vanilla. The slow but steady progress is very satisfying. Do I have... I guess I don't really need first aid on this character. Oh, I do have tailoring, though. And I am up to woolen bags. I wonder if I'm totally done with linen. I probably am. I'll send this over to my rogue and see if she needs it. She's also my enchanter, so that could work out. I must admit, one thing I do not miss from vanilla days is having to send things literally one item at a time. That was extremely brutal. Boots of the Monkey. You know, I was just looking at the if you replace this item, the following stat changes will occur. That is completely not true. These are, in fact, an upgrade, and I totally should put them on. I am going to have the most confusing itemization, though, because I'm wearing, like, half caster stuff and half, I was gonna say druid stuff, but not druid stuff, half feral stuff. That's the word I'm looking for. Really, the tailoring thing should stay here, because I am the tailor. Ugly robe. Ooh, that's a nice robe. We should keep that one. How about this? Meh. I can't believe we got like all the rogue desirable weapons twice yesterday. We got a couple cruel barbs and some buzz saws, and we're gonna be vendoring all of them. Herbalism skinning. Okay, cool. Let's see. This character is leatherworking and tailoring, so I guess Gwen could take cloth and skins. And I think Illustrate was for sure enchanting, but I don't remember if what her second um, one was. Sorting out this inventory is a task right now. Wow. Vendor. Has to go away. Away. Yeah, see, this thinks it's a big boost, but it definitively is not. It is time for vendor. Vendor? Vendor? Kitten staying with me. I think what's tough is I want to keep things like as quote-unquote roleplay gear, but I don't know how much roleplay I should depend on doing, especially when my inventory is obviously so... My inventory space is extremely limited. I feel like she was alchemy, I agree. Um, I'm just not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure I vendored part of the outfit that she was wearing that I liked better. So that is unfortunate. Trying to open my whole bank for everything, but it did not want to give it to me. That staff, this staff. We might have to say goodbye to that staff and just keep these other ones. The light feather can go away. Maybe that will enable us to. I don't have the gold to get another bank space though. Vendor. Alright, that might be the best we could do right now. I think I do need some of these leather kits though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright. I guess we got a bunch of upgrades while we were being run through dead mines. And with everything all cleaned up, we can go forth. This is a really good weapon for Feral though. +7 agility at level 20. I feel like that's a really significant amount of a stat for level 20. Didn't have the game music on. I was like, why is it so quiet? Well, that would be why. Alright, we have almost resolved all of this. Oh, I should get... Well, I can't afford to get all of my skills now, can I? Do I go buy more of my skills, or do I buy the bag slot so that I can hoard more stuff? Let's go look to see what the skills are. Maybe there will be some that, like, will make it incredibly super obvious. You're right. That's true. Okay, well, I have 20 silver, so I maybe can buy one more skill. And then I will have to go buy bag space in my bank. Alright, I can get Leap, Starfire, ooh, a Stun, Battle Res. Better buff. How much better buff? Significantly better buff. That is okay. I was hoping that it wasn't super bad, but I do think it is about 10 seconds or so. Well, battle res seems important, except for the fact that, like, I mean, A, I'm not gonna have the money to buy the reagents, and B, how much group content am I gonna be doing on this character? Right now, anyway. I feel like I'm gonna take the sleep. And then our main goal in the near future here is to purchase some skills. Thank you for going and checking on the noodles. The noodles are my pet ferrets, for anybody watching in the background. They are currently staying at Songvale's house, and a couple of them are having some unknown medical issues that we are working with the vet on treating. So it is good that she's going and making sure that they are okay. Checking to make sure we got the best options for us across the board here. Rejuvenation, rank 3. No wonder I wasn't doing anything. Rank 2? Rank 2. Rank 2? Rank 2. Rank 2? Rank 2. Prowl. And Law. Rip. Try swipe here, since apparently swipe is bear only. I kind of remember that was the way to pick up and hold aggro on multiple targets. I love that the attack for druids actually does get its own paw icon. Huh. Do I have the litter box turned a little bit different than usual for them right now? I think I was trying something I thought might interest them, to have a little bit more space to move around and stuff, but also I forgot that the Hearthstone time does not elapse while you are logged out in this version of the game. I'm really confident that we did not start this stream by hearthing to Aberdeen. Oh no, I did. I just lied. Because we started it in Stranglethorn Vale because I had logged out on that bridge. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Thank you for taking good care of the noodles. Thank goodness that this flight path happens to be free, because I forgot to buy the bank space, Kel. Oh my goodness. Super engaging flight path content! Because we are going right back to Darnassus, so that I can put a few of these items in my bank. Well, maybe it can wait. I don't know. I'm torn, because I don't really think I'm going to use this macaw, particularly because I really like this kitten. But this was a pretty classic item. I haven't used it yet. I would feel bad selling him. Did I turn this so that it never drops to super potato mode? I did. Okay. That's true, yeah. Especially because I guess he's from a dungeon. Now, granted, it's a lobby dungeon, so, like, you can get 60s to run it for you, like we did the other day. But it will be harder than usual to get groups for that stuff. I really do not want to read the Buzzbox quests. Like, Drunken Gnome is just not a voice that I'm excited to be able to do. You know what? Maybe we'll just abandon this quest. Attention! A reward is being offered for the death of the Murloc Murkdeep. This foul beast is known to be responsible for the death of at least one sentinel, and is suspected of causing the sinking of at least 2 cargo vessels in the waters off Darkshore. The Murkdeep was last spotted at the Hutted Murloc camp south of Aberdeen, and is thought to be protecting the huts there. Rewards claims for this bounty should be claimed with Sentinel Glinda Nalshea in Aberdeen, the Aberdeen Village Council. Alright, well, we were gonna try to catch back up here on some of these quests that now have all turned green, but that should mean that we can be successful in them anyway. I'm also keep thinking of this in like a hardcore mindset, where I'm like, hey, at least we won't die. But that's not as much of a concern in Season of Discovery. We are going to the Furball camp south of Aberdeen, and we'll clear out some tainted Furbolgs there. And then later we are going to look for the red crystal. I'm a kitty. I'm a kitty. Kitty on a journey. Ooh, I have 4... Oh, right, because I leveled up a bunch yesterday. Ooh, okay. Now is the time for choices, I guess. The Wrath. Do I lean in the reality that spellcasting is probably for the best? Or do cats? I don't even have Ferocious Bite yet. So I guess for now I'm going to do this. What's great about that is Wrath, because of the, this Fury of Storm Rage, Wrath has no mana cost. So if I can cast it faster and faster, that is going to be awesome. Let's see. Increases all damage you deal by 2. Have to get through 5 points of it to get Omen of Clarity, which makes the next thing free. I think this is just going to be too awesome. We're gonna put a bunch of points into that. You feel like in retail, the fact that dying doesn't matter makes it harder to engage, but in SOD, the realization that dying was okay made it feel like it was okay to experiment and explore, and that was nice. Yeah, it strikes like a good balance. I feel like Season of Discovery combat is as fast as I maybe would want like vanilla combat to go. I like the slow time in which it feels like I'm supposed to strategize or make choices of vanilla combat. But Season of Discovery, at least as far as I've played it into like the low 20s, I think tries and succeeds in striking a pretty good balance for me. I've used up all my potions. I will have to... Ooh, we're gonna miss the camp. It's right there. I was looking for the Murkdeep camp, which I think is right here. So let's see about grabbing that. Actually, he's really far down the list, and we'll want to run down through. There's all kinds of beached sea creature corpses to pick up. So we'll come back and do that later, and just focus on what I said we were going to focus on. We're gonna stay focused. I can tell that I have recently done the Night Elf stuff, though, a lot. And I will be excited to be in a different content area, I think. It is ironic to have a druid named Gwen, though, and then be like, I'm a spellcaster. But I guess it just leans into the astral thing. But I am, not doing the cat business. Got some mail boots. I will send some of the mail that I get to you. Remember me when you get leather. Oh wait, it doesn't matter because you are pre-level, level 40 in a vanilla version of the game, so we're all just fighting over the same... It's funny that I'm a rogue and a druid. I mean, I guess maybe being a caster is a good thing, otherwise we would be fighting over the leather with the stats that rogues, feral druids, and hunters all want. I asked around, by the way, about Turtle WoW and Warden, and the person I asked said that there never actually has been, like, a confirmed case that Warden catching a person running a separate client rather than a modified version of their retail client has been the reason for somebody to get banned. And it sounded like that wasn't just a Turtle WoW thing, it's more like that is just a history of WoW, like, in general, especially once people stopped modifying the same client that they would use to play retail with. But I don't know. It's still scary. I am really enjoying watching the Night Elf female animation with this staff. Like, the proportions are just good to begin with, but I'm sure there is a nostalgia element to it too, where it is just exactly what I want. I should try out the Hibernate and, like, you know, learn to crowd control. These weapon speed timers are really more relevant in hardcore than they are playing a caster class in Season of Discovery. I need 4 more Pathfinders. Wow, we really did almost overshoot this camp. I'm glad I turned my head when I did. It's so strange because my main characters have so frequently been herbalists, if not herbalists and miners, that it's super, super weird to run by herbs and A, not know they're there, but then B, also not be able to interact with them once I realize they're there.
I can't cast that yet.
Both opening with Fairy Fire. Whoop pap. 2 more Pathfinders. Watch the Moonfire and Sunfire tick away. Admittedly, I feel like one advantage Season of Discovery has over other experiences I had with balance is, again, there's a good balance of things to press without going out of mana or Uh-oh. Did it not work? Did it fail? Invalid target. Uh-oh. Alright, we're rolling up the heels. And here's where the endless wrath spam that does not require any mana comes in. Okay. I admit I think I'm gonna be into balance in Season of Discovery. I feel powerful having so many things to roll up on folks. Both on myself and on others.
I can't cast that yet.
And every time I use it, I have a 12% chance to be able to cast Healing Touch in any form for free. That's cool. One thing that I am going to be sad that I missed out on, and I know you can just, like, buy the runes, but I liked when this came out and people in general chat were like sharing the secret of where to like get different runes. Like it was something that people were all discovering and then working on together, and that was really fun. We are going to grab the red crystal, and then also if we end up pretty north, maybe cave mushrooms is all the way up there, but I still think it might make sense to get that far north and grab that. I am eager to be in some new areas. I only did Ashen Vale once recently, but I have done Darkshore several times between 2 characters in Hardcore that are Night Elves and 2 Night Elves in Season of Discovery. So, like, in the last year, I have done it quite a few times. And then also we were doing it on Trivia and Kendrick. So, I have pretty well memorized these quests, and they're not, it's hard to like reread them with fresh eyes and be like, oh, I wonder what that means or what the mystery is, because I know the extent to which the mystery is going to be explored in the content, like at least within this zone. I was beginning to think that, you know, and like after Monday, I was like, oh man, we could reach 20 followers on my 20th WoWiversary, and unfortunately that didn't happen. I think we closed the day at 16 or maybe 16. But now we're at 18, and I'm kind of wondering, like, can we hit 20 today? Can I hit the 26 I need to be affiliate on my birthday? I think that could be a really cool birthday present and makes me feel a little less down about maybe not going out for my birthday. I think we're going to end up having to go out on Sunday instead of Tuesday. Hey Songvale, did you get everything done this morning that you were supposed to? Such as anything you need to consume? Check your little case thing. You have to take things in the case. I don't know if that no means no you did not take or no you don't want to check. Okay, good. Over at the Starsworn constellation, we check in with one another and make sure the stuff happens that needs to be happening. Did I miss the crystal? I must have. I am so far north. Okay, let's do cave mushrooms, I guess, and then come back down. All of these bears are extremely healthy, but that makes them, nonetheless, still dangerous. I realize that it's probably not, like, the best, DPS to just throw those up and then pause and melee with the staff for a little bit, but I love watching her use it. Rabid? Rabid. Oh, it only works on beasts and dragonkin. Okay, I don't know how useful that's going to end up being, but hopefully we will find a use for it sometimes. I guess that makes sense, though. Although I do feel like, you know, most humanoid things are also an animal. Druid's secret powers is being able to exploit the things that you ignore are part of your animal nature. No, I'm thinking about trying Turtle WoW. Um, I think basically like the Season of Discovery thing really appeals to me. But I want to do it on like an active roleplay server. And since they locked Lava Lash, and so there's nothing we can do to like... And also, I think Chaos Bolt was like the RP PvP, which has succumbed to the same fate. So I feel like the only option is honestly Turtle WoW. Because I can't even recruit and build out a roleplay community on one of the official servers. This is where Den Mother is. Do I have the Den Mother quest? I think Den Mother is after cleansing the infected. Well, where is the one? Oh, Cliff Spring Rather. So we have to go even farther north than I thought for cave mushrooms. I guess we should have gone back for the crystal. Oh well. It's vanilla. Got time. We've got nothing but time. At least that's what we told ourselves when we decided to play vanilla. You know, I think one of the ideas in taking the part-time but better resume job at work and then playing this is even if, I mean, it definitely won't actively be contributing any reasonable quantity of money, but even if it's not, the fact that, like, playing games and drawing at whatever skill level I have has this productivity label because theoretically it could be a job in the future or it could be an income source in the future. Seems like it would help with the part of my brain that doesn't want to do my hobbies because there's like no practical point. I air quotes on that. Because if it's theoretically about like potential income, and so it's like, well, I just have to put in like 4 hours a day to these things that matter to me. It's just it's practical. Like I'm hoping that would cause the bridge to be gapped on the gap to be bridged on it sometimes just being hard to start. Oh, that scared me. I think there was still red text from damage behind me, and then my cat walked up. I thought you were biting me, white kitten. There's now 2 people online, me and a 60. Don't gap the bridge. Bridge falls in the water. I know you've already given your opinion. I think I just haven't internalized what I'm going to do yet, but I'm probably also because I've been on vacation, and so like the easier thing sounds better, but I am extremely tempted to... I'm in a space where I'm really thinking, do the easier job with less hours, and go hard on twitching. Twitching is a terrible... No wonder people say streaming. Twitching sounds awful. Like, poor Twitch not getting a name like YouTube to do YouTubing. Twitch.tv, though, does have a great name. Or has a great flow. It's weird, when I'm talking on stream, I feel like I switch words around or switch syllables around, and that is not an issue that I feel like I have with such a degree of frequency in normal conversation. I wonder, like, what's going on in the brain that is causing that. Let us review why we are getting cave mushrooms after this piece of combat, I think. Because I just realized that it's like, oh, jumping in and doing all of these quests, like, I'm just doing a to-do list. And I was like, well, probably a lot of that is because I've recently done these quests. But honestly, I'm jumping in without having picked them up. So, like, it really is just a list of things to do. It's not playing the story at all, because I didn't read the story. I just looked at the list of things I needed to do. So the person who asked me to come here said, I am devising a potion that requires rare mushrooms. Mushrooms that grow only in a certain cave. The cave lies behind Cliff Spring Falls, to the east and slightly north along the mountains. I would go there myself, but I was advised by the Grove of the Ancients to stay away from that place. Our venerable allies sense that the cave is the hiding place for a new evil in Darkshore. Please, Gwen, gather the mushrooms for me, and while doing so, scout the cave to confirm the Ancients' fears. See, I didn't remember that part at all, and I was just, like, I'm always careful and just pull around the edges. But actually now I'm thinking, we gotta go through the whole cave. We have to scout as we were asked to do, and see what other bits of lore we might find. I think at this point, like, they don't really know about the Naga presence growing. I think that was a big plot line in vanilla, of the Naga appearing in various places. So I'm betting that that is also part of what we bring back information about. I'm sure our inventory, yes, has so many clams. And yeah, let's get a food buff going here. Things to vendor, things to send to an alt, things to vendor, things to vendor, vendor, figure out if there's a value for them later, quest items. Okay. We press on. Since I noticed that sometimes the Twitch app on my phone, like, it continues to show me the live stream, but it doesn't always update the chat, I have become vaguely concerned that the chat is just dead. Are you still working on your drawing? That is good, friend. Excellent. I forgot to try that last weekend. I think maybe I will try it this weekend. I don't know why I cannot just drop the idea of getting a screen tablet. I like drawing with the pad tablet on Windblade. I think there's just like an ease of use to something that's small and light to take out. That like is a whole thing. But I feel like I would want to have robust capability, right? So I'd end up wanting to like get a keyboard case and stuff like you have for your Surface. But that is like, at that point, I should just take out Windblade. Windblade the laptop. That's looking awesome, dude. I wish my lines were like that. Like, it's not just that your lines are like consistent shapes, but it's like there is weight variation that makes it able to be detailed and yet not like cluttered. Like, it's very readable as an image. And I think that's why I like the kind of sketch style without doing line art that I tend to leave my art in these days, because it creates that effect, and I don't mind the sketch look, but it would be cool to be able to work faster and like to be able to play with the level of sketch versus clean look that having that ability would give me. That is okay. You are able to use your tools to have that effect. Ooh, there is more going on back here. Look, we got a couple of Twilight cultists that they don't tell us to kill, and this elite. I wonder if we defeat them if there's like a droppable quest item. Alright, we're gonna clear this out. Yeah, I'm glad that I like read the quest text and I was like, let's explore. I'm sure I probably have been back here before, but I didn't remember this at all. That said, then it makes sense about all the Naga and the Old God stuff going on. Is there Naga in Black Fathom Deeps? No. Yes, there is. They're in the water. So that storyline starts getting seeded here. I did not realize that. That's so cool. It is so unendingly sad to me that this roleplay server did not survive. And also that, like, ultimately people's opinions of Season of Discovery were so mixed. 'Cause this is just really cool to me. I probably will love Turtle WoW a lot, honestly, once I try it. I don't know what my plan is here. I mean, at least they're all green. Let me see if I can just get her. Nope. We're gonna die today. Most likely. Oh, yikes. This is a lot of damage. No! Okay. Well, thank God it's not, hardcore. Thank God it's not hardcore. I wonder if I should try pulling some of the ads first. I do kind of want to, like, see if she drops something. Because I got her down to about half health before everybody ran over. You can if you want, if you are feeling inspired to play Season of Discovery. Otherwise, I think it is good that you are drawing, and I am totally fine with trying to solve this puzzle by myself. I think I'll try one more time. Okay. Yeah, maybe a couple more times. But, like, that's what this walk back was for, right? Like, I'm supposed to sit here and be like, okay, what happened? It is a cool picture, so that makes sense. I opened Rebel yesterday to paint that Umbreon, and it gave me a pop-up, like, try Rebel 8, and I was like, you know, progress always marching on, telling me that there's... Interesting, so it's not showing me the NPCs here at all. So I just have to res and see what happens. Oh, there's one. Okay. Maybe that was an oddity that I couldn't see the stuff. I'm a little concerned about having respawns drop on me.
Haven't cast that yet.
But I kind of think what I'm going to end up doing is clearing out the ads and just accepting that I die a couple of times. Yeah, unfortunately, I think you might be right. Alright, here we go.
Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't
Uh-oh. They have a healer, so that did not work at all. I guess I have to kill the healing one first. The Storm Cell Siren. Because it got pretty low on health, but then it died. Or, it got pretty low in health, but then my progress just disappeared, and the bar was full. Why are you gonna call me out like this? 20 years of WoW and I haven't learned to kill the healer first. Honestly, I just thought they would be squishier. Do you have the first badge because you were the first one to post in the chat? What does that mean? Oh, you get the first because you were one of the first Prime or paid subscribers of my channel. That's cool. You were one of my first supporters. That makes sense, yeah. Well, as much as I want other supporters, I hope you stay in first place. I have been notified that I am back to being the only one online on the server. Yeah, I feel like you might be right. I've seen that before. Well, you don't have to give people subs to maintain it. Hopefully you are just the first sub and everybody else just subs once and then you get to stay first. Oh, we've got respawns. We've got respawns. Ooh, really dense levels of respawns, actually. Alright.
still recharging. That spell
This is so not good.
I can't cast that. That's still recharging. Still recharging.
Oh my god. Please. Okay. Not sure if we're gonna live through this, to be honest. Give me one of those free... Why... Healing touch is instant cast, but not free. Okay. Well, so then the instant cast healing touch is not necessarily an instant I win button, or instant save the situation button. I think I only lived through that one because I used a healing potion. I don't know. I'm looking at this situation, though, and I'm kind of doubting it is going to work. I guess it depends. If the elite also has a heal, that's sort of curtains. Like, there's not going to be anything I can do. But um, if just that one ad has a heal, then maybe clearing the ad, even if I die, and then getting back to continue the fight will let me do it. I've just picked this as the objective, you know? Let's set up some heals, I guess.
I can't use that.
Mainly if I can just get her down, I think I will be in a much better position. To maybe survive. Nope. But she did go down, so I think now I have a chance to get the other ads down. I suspect what's going to happen in the next attempt is that I will get one or two of the ads down, but the elite will still kill me. But, like, on the one hand, I could just Google to see if this elite drops anything, but on the other hand, this is Season of Discovery, and I kind of want to discover it myself. I also have no idea if this is a vanilla thing or a Season of Discovery thing. Because there was stuff like this in vanilla that you could just find that sometimes had like an implemented quest item or something that like cemented the fact that like you found something, and sometimes it was just supposed to be there by like implication, and then it was just dropped and you didn't really get to do anything with it anymore. Which this isn't dropped, right? Like the lore for this is reflected in Blackfathom Deeps. Blackfathom Deeps? Of course, I haven't discovered it. I think it's Blackfathom Deeps, where like that's where the Naga is working with the Twilight's Hammer cult. So it does come up again. Checking again to see if anybody is on the server. Oh, there's a 32 rogue in Ashenvale. It's just kind of neat that it's like there's something sad about being an MMO all by yourself, but it's also kind of cool that like it's a whole server just for you. It's single player WoW, but not illegal. Not against the TOS, I guess. Okay. So I think last time I also failed, frankly, to rebuff, which isn't super helpful to my success level. I'm gonna get the orc thug down, the other thug, and then take her if I have mana, etc. left.
That's still recharging. That spell is.
Maybe I should just be healing and, like, trying to do this DOT stuff. I'm not gonna get it. Unless I get the instant cast healing touch. Oh, this could work. Actually, this could be it. Nope. Okay, but I can get her next time. If I get back before those ads respawn, I can do it. I can do it. I just have to get back before the ads respawn. There's gotta be a word for this. Like, it's not corpse crawling. What should we call this? Incremental. I feel like it could be rip. Like we're ripping. So something incremental progression. What starts with an R that references death? Resurrective incremental progressing. Yeah, we're gonna call this ripping. When you achieve when you achieve progress by just whittling the enemy down and accepting your own death over and over, it's ripping. Resurrective incremental progression. That's okay. I just hope the ads haven't respawned by the time I get back. Because if the healer is back up, this isn't gonna work. When did you get done today? I ripped. I made progress, but I had to do it through ripping. Damn it. Okay, well. Let's see. Shoot. I think this is too slow. I'll see if I can get through both the healer and her fast enough. I'll do the healer first. And then... I mean, at least by that point, they'll be pulled over here, so if the other ads respawn, they should not also pull. Oh, unless they both just cast her. I think this is gonna work. I think we're gonna do it. Especially because she just stood there and did not heal. Okay, we're gonna get it. Slow and steady is gonna win this race. Ripping worked! Ripping worked! Yes, 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 yes. Woot! Please no. Thank you. Okay. We did it. We did it. Now I just have to loot her body before everybody else respawns. That's a W. I'm gonna celebrate myself. You missed it, it seems like. Alright, there is no item. So it is entirely just that we noticed this detail. I looted. But it is cool that we noticed this detail. Yeah, I feel like this was a big achievement. Never discount the viability of ripping. Resurrective incremental progression. I do have Prawl, and you're right, that is the right way to leave this area. Thank you for reminding me. Prawl is very slow in this version of the game, though. Let's see, where is the exit? Is it there? Hard playing in caves during the daytime. Oh, we should go check to see what's in that other area I noticed. Like, is there another named NPC having a meeting with more cultists? Let's go see. I don't know, I just can't get over how cool that is, that, like, there obviously is little, like, vignettes set up there to kind of tell you tell you what must be going on. I vaguely feel like there's something warlock related in this part of the tunnel, but I'm not sure if that's this version of the game or later. Aha. So there is more Twilight Thugs and then a rare. Oh, we're gonna have to do it again. We're gonna have to do it again. There's a rare here. I want to kill Sin Slayer. Although honestly, maybe Sin Slayer should live because he might be a good Naga. Do we kill Sin Slayer via rip, or like maybe he's here to try and foil this? Although admittedly, his weapon is literally a board with a staple in, or not a staple, a nail in it. Sin Slayer is not well equipped. I think I'm gonna choose in this moment to let Sin Slayer live. But I think he's trying to stop whatever is going on here. Huh. Locked. Requires Cliff Spring key. Interesting. I didn't get a key, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, good. You didn't see me. I have no idea how you didn't notice me. Whatever. I wonder what the Cliff Spring key is. Because you'd think if it was going to be, like, something, it would have dropped off the elite I killed. But it did not. That is very strange, isn't it? But I guess, like, you can see... No, you're right. You can't see the rest of my body. Besides my eyes. Kind of spooky. Also, my eyes go away when I blink. Escaping the cave, escaping the cave. We're getting the hell out of here. I feel like Naga is something that I'm more interested in than I used to be. I think largely through, like, the elf lens, but I am just curious to see what their, you know, fish snake elf culture is these days. I'm not super interested in, like, the transition period between dark trolls and night elves, but I am interested in, like, the height of highborn night elf society. And the Naga, I think, were more interesting and more mysterious in vanilla. Like, they are a group that I find myself much more interested in Classic than I do when I am playing retail. There is something that is kind of cool about, like, meeting dark trolls, that it's like, oh my goodness, this led into the elves, but I am not as... It doesn't make me necessarily, like, want to go deeper into trolls or, like, learn more things about them around that. It's more just, okay, what is their connection to elves? Alright, I'm good. My troll era, sadly, was Wrath of the Lich King, which... You know, my troll era would have been great if it had hit during BFA. Although Zandalari trolls are a different aesthetic than what I was into in Wrath of the Lich King. Like, Wrath of the Lich King was much more like Darkspear trolls, which is like the small village and things like that, whereas Zandalari feels more like the lost city of Atlantis. So I do find that interesting, and, like, I guess an argument can be made that maybe we're going to find out that Dark Trolls were similar because it led into them being the Highborn. So, like, maybe the Dark Trolls that stayed really, like, nature-focused ultimately were largely Haranir. and the ones that were more Zandalari-esque underground were inclined to become the Night Elves. Which could be interesting, but I don't suspect what we're seeing with the Harani area is going to be exactly my thing. Please, bye. Okay, we are now looking for the red crystal again. Seems like it should be right around here somewhere, because I remember it's like due west from Aberdeen. Is that... I think that's it over there. Like, I don't see it, but I think this is the area that it's on. Yes, there it is. Okay, I haven't phased in yet. There is, in fact, lots of moonkin near it. I think you're probably right. That does make more sense. Wow, like a lot of moonkin keep running up to this crystal. I'm surprised that this was not more of a death hotspot in hardcore. I have done it. So why we're relocating this crystal? Hostile moonkin roam in ever-increasing numbers to our east. They were once thought to be gentle, almost mystical creatures. While some continue to hold reverence for them, the safety of Aberdeen forces me to keep a more realistic view. I've received reports that moonkin are being drawn to a large red crystal along Darkshore's eastern mountain range. No one has any idea what the crystal is, or even if it really exists. I want you to locate it over there and report back to me what you find. So we are going back and tell her that it is real. I wish there was better hairstyles that were just a little bit more flexible on the, like, brudishness of the Zandalari appearance, especially for the males. Because then I think I would be more interested in trying to do, like, dark troll roleplay with them. Which I guess is sort of a moot point now that we're getting the Haranir anyway. But I wonder if the Haranir will be faction locked. It seems like the last couple of things we've gotten they've decided to give to both factions, though, and like narratively they're trying to say that the faction conflict is largely over. So maybe it will be another neutral race and then you'll just pick a faction. I do feel like every time I try Druid, it's, like, better than I remember it. So, like, I always wanted to be Druid originally because I liked the animal shape-shifting, and I thought, like, the nature magic and stuff was really cool. But, like, in practice, when I tried to play it, I was not very good at it, and I didn't find the gameplay actually that engaging. It's actually kind of amazing that I mained it for as long as I did. But maybe it's just because I know that about myself. I feel like every time I sit down to play a druid, like in any version of the game, I like it more than I expect to. Maybe because I think I have a stronger negative experience of it than I do. The reverse is true for Shaman. I'm always like, it probably isn't actually that bad, and then every time I try it, it just turns into a slog, but I really don't want it to, because I think the totems and elemental thing is so cool. I don't know. The fact that they're coming out in an expansion that apparently is very, very elf-focused and, like, elf heritage-focused kind of makes me think they are going to make that pretty clear that they're tied in there. Wondering whether we'll see, like, a more aggressive reaction from Tyrande to that idea, or from some Night Elf to that idea, that they're related to these trolls, than we did in that one scene where Velen's like, what if Elun's a Naru? And she is like, she is not a Naru. It is so interesting to me that, like, it's showing 5 viewers, but only, like, the 2 of us are visible in the list of, like, chat people. I guess it's possible people are watching that are not logged in. That could be. Alright, here are some rabid thistlebears. I figured I was so close to having this quest done, I wanted it done before we went back to turn things in. You think the cat is the bear's friend? The cat is not the bear's friend. This wasn't even a thistlebear that needed to die. I am a monster. The bear had no friends and I killed it. Wow, getting all kinds of greens right now. We need 3 more rabid thistlebears. We need 2 more rabid thistlebears. Honestly, the quest construction for this one is kind of mean, because the one before this requires you to, like, capture one and go back to Aberdeen. But that one can be challenging because people have quests to kill 20 of them. And so, frequently there are a very limited quantity of them around. On a server with more than 1 person on it. I don't know. I am not a good druid. I am a death druid. But not like in a positive death as part of the balance way, just in a death is arbitrary and kind of annoying way. Alright, 1 more to go. And there are 2 here. That's ironic.
It is too far away.
But perhaps we are about to find that they are not friends. They are not friends. I think at the top of the hour here in 1 minute, we are going to take about a 10-minute break. So it'll be a great time to get a drink, go get a snack, whatever it is you need to do. I have coffee and water next to me that I have not drank. But we'll get back to Aberdeen here and then take that break. What are your meal plans for today, Songvale? Thinking about that one website that said that group wasn't just a religion, it was a meal plan. Well, many hard foods actually, if boiled in water, will become soft. I am trying to help you fix your problems. You could boil the hard food until it is soft. For my part, I am going to go cut some meat off the chicken that I roasted yesterday and cut up a cucumber to kind of a cold snack platter. All right, we have reached Aberdeen. We are going to take a brief break here. We will be back at around 1:10. Well, 1:10 for me, 10 after the hour for wherever you are. So I will see you all in just a little bit. And for the love of goodness, if like we get going again and I'm running around, tell me to unmute my mic because I'm gonna mute it right now. Um, hopefully I will not forget. Making sure we are back on, and it seems like we are. I admit it was hard to put my food down. I was really enjoying it. Songvale, if when you return. Or maybe I can pin it. Here we go.
What brings you here?
Greetings, Night Elf. I am Thanarian Tree Tender.
May the stars
You have done Aberdeen a great service, Gwen, but your task is not yet complete. Return to me once you have rested. And, Gwen, prepare your mind and soul for more bloodshed.
illuminate your path.
I feel like the mic is so far away right now. So far away. There we go, that seems a little bit better.
Good luck, friend.
The survival of our people and lands comes at unfortunate costs, Gwen. You have spilled the blood of nature's servants. Many sick animals you have felled. The people of Aberdeen are indebted to you, but the forest's pain is eased, even if only for a moment. I have one final task for you, but be warned, you will have to kill again. It is my hope that this will be the last time I call upon you, Gwen. In a cave to the northeast, near Bashal Oran, lies the dead mother. Slay her.
Till next we meet.
I take it her children are all infected, which is such a shame.
Peace be with you.
Gwen, I've come to find out how rampant the effects of fell moss are throughout Darkshore. The corruption of Teldrassil and our surrounding lands really concerns the druids of the Cenarian Circle, and all Night Elves. It is my goal to find out why this has happened, and put an end to it. I believe they have spelled Cenarian wrong here. Is it Cenarian? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Cenarian with an O, but there's an A here.
Denadris.
Wash the blood from your garments, Gwen, and do not mourn for what you have had to do. Instead, give thanks. You have lessened the threat to our people here in Aberdeen, even if Darkshore is still in jeopardy from the effects of fell moss. Also, on this same NPC, fell moss is sometimes capitalized and sometimes not. I have set the phone that is your avatar chat far out of reach. I have successfully reclaimed your avatar. I really need some kind of bracket or something that this can hang near Windblade so I can see it.
Good luck, friend.
What was that noise? It sounded like a roar. Oh jeez, it's a bear. Welcome back, Songvale. Grimclaw, easy there, my friend. Where is your master, Volkor? Grimclaw begins to moan and roar at Terenthus while stomping his paws on the ground. Whoa, whoa there, my friend. One moment. Terenthus casts a spell on Grimclaw. There. That should help. Now, tell me what has happened, Grimclaw. Grimclaw roars at Terenthus more, but this time the druid seems to understand the bear. I understand, my friend. I shall find someone to help your master. Go back to him now, or at least stay close. Grimclaw roars in acknowledgement to Terenthus. If you have the time, Grimclaw and his master Volkor could use your help. If you're interested, speak with me further.
May the stars
When?
guide you.
Your skills have already helped me in my endeavor. Could I impose on you again to help Grimclaw and his master Volkor? In addition, I can craft you a magical cloak that will allow you to walk unhindered by Darkshore's creatures while you look for him. To create the cloak, I'll need 5 fine Moonstalker pelts from a Moonstalker sire or matriarch to have enough material. The cats can be found near Wildbend River to the south, or even farther south, near Ashenvale.
Farewell.
I did hear from Songvale that we have an invisible photon also watching, and yes, people who are not signed in do count for the view count, but have no identifier in the community list.
Hello.
Corruption sneaks. Let's try that again. Corruption sneaks into nature's grove. The forest must be protected at all costs.
Be careful.
So, the red crystal exists, Gwen. Fascinating. Anyway, your task has been well executed. Good work. What exactly is this crystal? This is but a single question in a sea of questions. Another question that comes to mind is why the Moonkin would be drawn to this object. Is the crystal benign in nature, or does it hold a more sinister purpose? I have many more questions, but we're going to need to examine the crystal closely to get some answers.
Good luck, friend.
Use this empty vial and fill up some moonwell water here in Aberdeen. Such potent magic should provide a clue as to the composition of the crystal. To do that, you'll pour the liquid over the crystal. It should take care of the rest. While I don't anticipate anything bad happening to you, I want you to be careful. Above us to the east is Fellwood. If that crystal is tied to that place as I suspect it is, then it could prove to be very dangerous.
Very well.
Corruption sneeze. Did I sneeze? I don't even remember sneezing.
Ishnuala.
Do you have my mushrooms, Gwen? Have you been to the cave?
May the stars.
Many thanks, Gwen. These mushrooms are fine specimen. And when you were at Cliffspring Falls, did you find anything to confirm the warnings of the ancients? The ancients are wise, but I had hoped that this time they were wrong. No, they were not. We found Naga and Twilight Cultists. Oh, corruption sneeze.
Farewell.
Onu, an ancient of lore at the Grove of the Ancients, knows of your journey to the Cliftwater Falls and wishes to speak with you. The grove lies to the south, nestled near the mountains. The ancients are patient and wise, Gwen, but if Onu seeks your counsel concerning what you saw in the falls, then I fear it is ancient.
Go in peace.
It is urgent, actually. It said urgent. Oof. You know, I feel like I am in a more energetic mood right now, but I am starting the difficulty with just reading the text quite early in this stream. Eternal Bag era, that's not good. Are we experiencing some server lag here? What's going on? Let's reload. Alright, we'll try this again. Alright, hopefully we got it. Oh, it did loot once we reloaded. Okay. Let's vendor what we need to vendor so that we don't run out of
Foods are of the highest quality.
fish. I feel like this Laird NPC, he is one of the ones that dies in Cataclysm, I'm pretty sure. But for some reason he sticks out as like one I definitely remember the name of, and I'm not sure why. This is our sending bag. These were quest items. Was this better than my cloak? Yes, it is. Gonna use that. Vendor this one. Have another oh no button now. Can vendor this. I'm not sure if we have any mages left, frankly, on the server who would want that from us.
Be careful.
Alright, we have a gold and a half, so I'm gonna go ahead and go grab some more of those spells so that we can handle situations a little easier. And then, while we're on the flight path, this definitely is not a complete cover for me getting to eat a little bit more of my lunch.
God is watch over you.
Not really sure how long I'll go today. Kind of depends on how I'm feeling. I'm enjoying doing this at a slow pace, although the feeling is setting in again that I often have when I'm on Lava Lash of, is this how I want to use my time, given that almost nobody else is here? There is content that I want to be able to see that is only on Season of Discovery, but a lot of it is group content, and also they did add new things in, but without other people pointing out the things that they found to you, the quantity of it means that the odds are quite low that you will regularly encounter any kind of new lore. And a number of, like, the biggest things they added or changed are events that require other people to do them. So it's not necessarily just important that I do content or even that I level up, but that there be other people around to interact with. Completely gratified to see that the chewing of my cucumber is not showing up on the mic. I love that for all of you with headphones. Yeah, it'd be kind of miserable. I have just bit the inside of my mouth and it hurt. I'm increasingly starting to bite, like, not my cheeks, but the similar part, like, up in the front of my mouth. Like, where one of my teeth in the front is kind of chipped a little bit. I think a little bit of flesh keeps getting caught in there, and it's painful. I wouldn't recommend. Alright, so with almost 2 gold, I think we can take quite a bit. I know I don't want Nature's Grasp because it is even more mana, and it doesn't change substantially the quality of the ensnarement effect at this point. I'm gonna take Starfire. I'm gonna take the better heals and the better buff. We might be able to actually just grab all of it. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna leave Nature's Grasp and Rebirth here right now. Mine is still working quite well that I have. And I frankly would rather keep the silver at the moment. Let's see, what all do we get? We got Starfire. We got Regrowth, rank 2. We got Healing Touch, rank 4. Nice. I think maybe we'll see 55. Is that a meaningful amount? Just in case, I'm gonna put a rank 2 and a rank 3 on here. Just in case we need a little bit of healing faster. I feel like because all of these have different cast times and different, like, mana costs and stuff, there would be a real argument for having a bunch of different healing touch varieties on your bars. Now, that seems like it would get confusing to manage. Alright. Feral, Demoralizing Roar. Debuffing the enemies. Enrage to do some extra rage gather. Bash for a stun, also important. And there we go. Alright, so we've got quite a few new things going on here. I'm punted by bees. Have I dispelled the bees? Can you hear the bees all the time or just when I talk? Are the bees with us right now? Okay. I checked the, it's on the music? That's so odd. I wonder why. Huh. I wonder if the mic can, like, pick it up or something and then repeats it. Oh, we could have used some of that extra stuff to get the last bag that we needed to put these items in the bank. No. Okay. Well, you know, all we have to do is just make this somebody else's inventory problem. And by somebody else, I mean me, but later. Occasionally I note down, like, points in time that I'm like, oh, that could be an interesting clip. And, today I'm hitting it on the 11s. 122 we had one, and then 155 just now. I'm like, you know, that could be a funny statement out of context. Or in context. I'm very funny. We have to make sure that we remember to fill this. And then we are back into Green Quest. That must be it, that, like, something about it being a single tone just does not broadcast well. Songville, we need to plot. How are we gonna get 2 more followers today? And then 6 followers Monday, Tuesday. I'm on a flight path. I could have been eating. Oh. By playing it cool. Alright. But if I don't, like, stew in it, how will I demonstrate that I care about the issue? See, this is the vanilla experience, except instead of trying to get people to, That's fair. But this is a vanilla experience, except instead of trying to get people to join my guild, we're trying to get people to join the constellation. But no, you're right. We just gotta be chill. Or not chill. Really, we just have to do what the mood takes us to do.
Welcome.
What an honor it was when Master Grey Whisker assigned me to work under the guidance of the great prospector Remtravel. At the Academy in Ironforge, everyone knew of Remtravel's great discoveries. But the prospector is rather, oblivious to his surroundings. We had uncovered evidence of a great society. Horrible golems sprang forth from the ground and overran the site. Rem travels never seemed to notice. I ran back to Aberdeen for help. Please travel south and see if the prospector is okay.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Starsworn Constellation would be a great guild tag. If we at some point make a streamer guild, we shall consider it. Although I like Conclave of Starlight, even though it feels kind of weird to like turn that into, I feel like it would work as a guild that belongs partially to a streamer, but I wouldn't want it to be like a streamer guild. I'd be like, if you're gonna be here, you're gonna roleplay. I'm also not sure if the Starsworn Constellation would fit. Constellation is one of those words that has a deceptively large character count because of, like, the L's and the T's are not being that wide. We definitely could, but I suspect we would not be able to recruit on Lava Lash for it anymore. And I don't know where I'd want to try it. I do, like, the social temperature is just different in other versions of WoW. I feel like it could be worth maybe trying to, like, Hail Mary make it happen on Mop Classic. We also could genuinely try it on one of the hardcore servers and just see if there's enough interest. Otherwise, again, there's Turtle WoW. Okay, I kind of felt like it made the conversation feel less real, but I certainly can. Oh, well, I probably should do this one. So Songvale says, when you read out the comments before you answer them, it makes it easier to track when one is doing something else on the side or when there's a delay. That is true. I was trying to make it seem more like a normal conversation. Wow, Starfire has a really slow cast time. Someone also in the stream I was visiting this morning pointed out, like, he has a bot that allows people to do text-to-speech, which obviously, like, whenever they want, which obviously could definitely be misused and would be an issue in a large stream. But for a quiet stream like this, it might genuinely make sense. So I could look at implementing that bot as well. I don't know about Starfire. It is very, very slow to cast. The reading out bot, well, on the one hand I was going to say then I wouldn't have to manage it on my phone, but I guess I wouldn't know if people came in and didn't know how to use the bot, and they posted without it. The crystal looks very alien against the wooded scenery of Darkshore. You think you hear a slight humming coming from deep within it. You have made it once more to the mysterious crystal. Removing the stopper on the tube of Moonwell water, you gingerly pour the contents out over the top of the crystal. As the water cascades down its lattices, you see the opaque surface turn transparent. The Moonwell water has revealed that embedded inside the crystal are a few small fragments of bone, as well as half a jawbone. The jawbone appears to be from a humanoid, but it is unclear without breaking open the crystal, a feat that even the strongest of magics would find near impossible. With the task at hand complete, all that remains is to report back to Sentinel Glinda Nalshea in Aberdeen. Somebody was telling me that this is strongly implied to be Gul'dan's jaw. Longville says, can you make the bot only work when people buy it with bits or something? I feel like if there's even just a small cost to it, people are less likely to pay you just to troll or anything. Yes, absolutely. But do you want to pay every time you try to talk to me? I wonder if I could set up the bot to be like, you need to be a follower or something like that. Like, it's not necessarily that it's the only way to get my attention, but mostly I'm trying to figure out how to make it feel like a conversation. And I just feel like, ooh, what is this? This must be a warlock secret. This is... Whoa, 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 whoa. This... Okay, so this might be a warlock secret, or, based on this crystal, it could be related to this Encourage event. Look at this, I've never gotten to see these. I mean, maybe I saw these back in vanilla? It almost looks familiar. I'm not sure if I played during the original Gates or not. I'm not sure what time, like, how far into vanilla that was. How cool. This is from, Songvale is asking, what is that? And I don't know, based on timing, if it was the bell thing over there or the Encourage event items over here, but this is from the Gates of Encourage opening situation that this server has never finished. Part of me was like, hey, you know, I should try doing Egyptian flavored stuff based on, like, things from World of Warcraft. And then I realized there's like, wait, no, those are all just, like, an aesthetic that goes with the old gods. Probably not a good idea. Not interested. That would be kind of epic. Although I guess I'm not sure, because all those 60s logged in the other day, and they were, like, doing Encourage, I thought. Like, that's where they were. They were at the Gates of Encourage. I wonder if there's a guild of people who, like, are trying to do the Scepter of the Sands, of the Shifting Sands questline. I checked to see if anyone else was online to ask, but at the moment I am the only one online on the server. There's no one to ask. We are going down to the Grove of the Ancients to talk to Onu, and then, based on what he wants us to do, we'll also get the quest to do a Lost Master. Or, no, we won't. We have to go down here to farm that. We will check with what Onu wants us to do, which I can't remember off the top of my head, and then decide where to go from there. I think to get the things for a lost master, we have to do Moonstalker, Sire, or Matriarch. So just these Moonstalkers is not going to give us good enough pelts. Vendor. Profession. Food. It is kind of a delight to have this staff. I've been enjoying watching her with it this morning. But vanilla just really is not the same without a guild chat going.
When you are here. Good. We have matters to discuss. You and I. It is strange that the Naga are here in Darkshore. But stranger still are the Twilight's Hammer. That cult worships the old lords of the earth. Lords defeated long ago. The Master's Glaive to the south is the place where such an old lord fell. Go there and look for more Twilight's Hammer cultists. Take this vial of scrying. Use it to create a scrying bowl after searching the Master's Glaive. Then speak to me through the bowl.
Hello, Keith. Thanks for hanging out today. Songville, you are very welcome. I was on the fence about whether or not I should stream, and I'm glad that I finally signed in. I am enjoying reading the quest text through this, but I did do these quests recently, and so part of me is debating actually switching over to hardcore, just because I was doing quests that I had never done before over there. Good to hear that you're doing good, Keith. Happy to have you back. What you been up to the last couple days? I think we are going to do this Master's Glaive, and... Oh, there was another quest I forgot to pick up with the druid that was sleeping there. I could. The trouble is, I feel like I would end up dropping a lot of quests. The other thing is that I have recently done-ish everything that she could do, because I have done it a couple of times in hardcore recently. And I don't know where exactly to go that maybe would have, like, more of the secret things to find. So I don't know, I'm torn. I'm honestly kind of feeling the horde questing I was doing in hardcore on Lutari the Warrior. Keith says, just dailies, watching another streamer that they usually watch, and started up Ghost of Tsushima. How are you liking Ghost of Tsushima? That game, like, visually looks really appealing to me. I've heard it's challenging, and I am not the strongest, like, gamer. But it has kind of interested me when I looked at trailers for it. Kerlonian. I thought this said Kalarian, which is the name of one of Songvale's characters. Oh, I was on my way to Maestra's post to meet Leandris Moonriver, but I decided to stop here and take a short nap. Ever since I, awoke from the Emerald Dream, I've been so sleepy. Oh, would you mind showing me the way? I understand that Maestra's post is south of here along the road to Ashenvale. Ugh, it can be dangerous, so I hope you have some friends that will join us. Lastly, I may fall asleep, so if you ever need to wake me, please just use my horn. You'll find it in the chest here. I think we will do this escort later because I'm not ready to go south yet. And I'm fairly confident that at 21 I probably could do that quest, but I'm not totally sure yet. Songwell's asking what kind of game Ghost of Tsushima is. If I'm thinking of the correct game, although I might be thinking of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, but I think it's like a Japanese samurai themed game. Yes? Looking for the Master's Glaive. I think it is right through the trees up here. Sekiro is Souls-like. Okay, so Ghost of Tsushima is the one that's, like, probably gonna have more story content, if that's what I'm into, like, direct storyline content. More RPG, not RPG-ish, but, like, hopefully you get what I mean, with, like, characters and dialogue and stuff like that. Cool. Well, please, in a, I don't know, a way that's compelling like a trailer, but not spoily in terms of if the story seems to live on having twists and turns. Let us know more about it, because that one's been on my Steam wish list, I think, for a couple of years now. But I try to avoid buying games when I'm not, like, hankering to play them, because, like everybody else at this point, I have a backlog. Which is why I keep playing new versions of World of Warcraft.
Masters, I pledge this night elf to you.
You know, there's nothing like just playing an additional version of a game you're already playing when you have a huge backlog. My lords, I come to thee. Admittedly, all of these quests are infinitely easier when you are not level 16.
Intruders. Good, I was getting bored.
I'm a little concerned whenever I try to do orc voices or Forsaken voices, I can do them, but I can tell I hit my throat in a way that, like, if I was just going to do that once and then stop talking for a while, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would be totally fine. But in the middle of a stream, it definitely kind of scratches up my throat, and I can feel it. And it doesn't abate by just drinking a tiny bit of water.
The Twilight's hammer is at the Master's glaive. Unfortunate. The old lord impaled by the glaive is long dead, but that does not mean slivers of his power do not still remain. The Twilight's hammer must be seeking this power. The Twilight's hammer's purpose at the Master's glaive is not known, but it must be dark. Search through their camp at the glaive. Search for something that may teach us their intentions. For we must learn their intentions before a plan is made.
I feel like tree people would speak slowly, so that's why I am slowing down Onu's dialogue. But I am not sure what else to do with his voice. Or what his personality is besides tree person. Keith says, barely started it, but it's been nice, barely past the intro. Well, hopefully you continue in it and you do not fall into that dark hole, which is one that I'm in with a game called Enshrouded, where I played it for like 4 hours, and I really liked it, and I literally have not turned it on since. Songville says, I wonder what the voice actors do to avoid getting destroyed. A lot of them are really careful. to only provide, like, professional voice actors will only provide voices in their demo reel that they can do for an hour or more at a time, safely, so that they don't damage their voice. Or the other thing will be is if they have a voice that is damaging that someone asks for, like maybe that they did in the past before they realized that, like, they shouldn't do that, their voice is their whole career, they will charge an incredible amount of money to do that voice, and also, you know, have it in a contract that they'll only do X many takes or something like that. There was some voice actor, I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about the fact that they did, like, one of those awful scratchy voices to audition for a role one time, and they got the role because it sounded really unique. It was totally different than anybody else who had auditioned. But they, it hurt their voice really bad when they came back and were doing it. And they were pretty new at the time, and the voice director was like, oh, here, you can use this spray. It soothes your throat. Well, they figured out later that the spray that they had been given was like this minty kind of flavored thing that just numbed their throat. And so, in fact, they still were damaging their throat. They just couldn't feel it. This book is hand-printed in an ancient language and illustrated by a master artist. Peering into the twilight tome is maddening. Text begins to swim and dance after only a moment's glance, and once beautiful scrollwork twists into grotesque shapes. Tearing away one page of insane scribbles is all that is possible before a swoon overtakes you. Alright, let's get out of here. Actually, we're not gonna get out of here. I know a secret, and that is that there's an escort back here. Hopefully it's gonna be okay that this might double pull. That guy came around the corner. Oh good, it did not. But it's the same thing I'm thinking about, like, if I don't put a lot of force behind my voice, but I do have it, unfortunately, just kind of naturally up-pitch when I know I'm on a voice call, I fall down into, like, this kind of gravel range, where there's, like, a little bit of vocal fry, like that, which I don't really like the sound of anyway, but wears out my voice really fast. And it's kind of weird, because I feel like I don't do that when I'm speaking normally to someone who's in the room. Ooh, book, The Powers Below. Although terribly worn and scratched, the title of this book can still be read upon its cover, The Powers Below. Inside the book is a listing of unpronounceable names with foreboding titles, methods of worship, and preferred sacrifices, many of which include living, humanoid creatures. On the inside cover of the book are the words, Bone Grip's Runes and Dooms, The Forlorn Cavern, Ironforge, Proprietor, Garrick Bone Grip. If Bone Grip sells books like this, perhaps he'll buy this one back. I don't recall this quest. I think this is a Season of Discovery quest. Songville says that she remembers hearing that the reason why Maev's voice in BC is different from her voice in Warcraft 3 and Legion was because the voice actress had hurt herself and couldn't do it. Ended up having to have some surgery, I think. Honestly, when I think of Maev's voice, I can't, like, quite picture it in my head, but I feel like it is quite rough. So that wouldn't surprise me. Help! I was wandering around... Oh, I'll help you in a minute, darling. At the moment, I need to, handle this undead who was not really that concerned about you. Yeah, I agree that the sound of it was rough and deep.
Is there trouble?
Huzzah! Level up! Help! I was wandering around the Master's glaive and these dirty cultists surrounded me. Lucky I'm good at hiding. Can you help me out of here? And I need to send word to my sister Therisil that I'm alright. She's in Ashenville to the south, at the Shrine of Assasnia. Okay, let's go! Okay, so the reason that I'm doing this higher-pitched voice is because this is usually what they do for the nymphs. It's kind of annoying, though, and I'm wondering if I should just decide that they don't sound like this, but then I'm not sure how I will differentiate the nymph from, like, a voice that I might do for a night elf female. So I might just accept that nymphs are playful and just try to have other emotions than Valley Girl.
That's still recharging.
I also was thinking about, there was a certain voice that I hit the other day that I liked better than the sound of, like, the voice I fall into while streaming. And I was tempted to see if I could train myself to use that as my normal speaking voice while streaming. It sounded better. Although I didn't listen to a recording of it, I liked the way it sounded better while I was speaking in it. I don't know. I guess I should also see what it sounds like. Like, if it doesn't sound good in the recording, then I should not train myself to use that voice. But, it was tempting. This quest is very easy when you have already killed all of the NPCs. Lorien blood for the old gods. That just sounds like something that'd be dangerous for me to declare. Like, what you speak of, you call into being. Particularly if you are of a certain power. I think the voice that I'm talking about, I don't totally remember exactly what I was doing, but it was similar to the voice that I end up having when I'm, like, pretending to be Dusk Harbor or something, and I was like, you know what? That could be my speaking voice for streaming. That could be my streamer voice. It is 2 o'clock. I can make it the rest of the way, Gwen. Thanks! Alright. Well, there we go. Great. Let us return to Onu. Maybe we'll go down and farm a couple of pelts first, just because we're here. I know we're going to have to run up and down a few times to bring those pelts back to the man who's going to make us a cloak, and then we have to come back down to help Volcor. I was trying to farm this with Songvale on some hardcore characters, and the drop rate was not amazing down here. But maybe I am going to be blessed this time, because we got the first one to drop right away. Let's get a hip hip huzzah for that. I could also do, since I like doing the voices, I also could do, like, points redeems for, like, 5 minutes in a specific voice. That could be fun, actually. But again, I would, need to make sure that I put voices on there that would not result in, like, alright, we did that for 5 minutes, and now the stream is over because I cannot talk anymore. Hype, hype, huzzah! Hype, hype, huzzah! What voices have you enjoyed that you think should be 5-minute all dialogue voices? Also, one thing I thought about doing today, instead of game streaming, was art streaming, specifically to be working on like a little channel points icon, which I probably will have be Stardust, because, you know, I don't want to call it a brand. There's a theme here. There's a theme that there's a motif. I don't have a brand, I have a motif, folks. I need to kind of focus up. Almost died. But also having, like, a pop thing for, like, drink water or something else. We came up with something else. Alright, focus time over. Trying to think of, like, what voices would be good redeems, but then also, I know I felt like I needed pop-up images for a few different things. I remember hydration. I also know they weren't pop-up images, but I felt like I should do some little, like, doodle things for the About Me area so that it's not so much text, because text scares people, and part of the reason they may enjoy my screens is because I'm going to read the text to them. So maybe they're here and they like illustration, which is fine. I also love beautiful illustration, although I generally go to other people for the best illustrations. But someday I will go to my own illustrations. Alright. Do you think I should make my Dusk Harbor impersonation voice my normal speaking voice? For stream, anyway. Obviously, I appreciate that you may like my normal voice. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I will keep that in mind. Admittedly, we might have to find a description. We might have to find a description for the Dusk Harbor voice, because literally no one else, not even like Photon or Panda, will have any idea who Dusk Harbor is. Keith has no idea who Dusk Harbor is. Dusk Harbor is a roleplay character belonging to Songvale that I occasionally do like parody dialogue for in real life. And being put on the spot right now, I can't think of anything in particular to say in the voice. But this is quite awkward. I feel like that would be the challenge, like 5 minutes in this other voice and it would be like, okay, but there's a whole persona that goes with it. And the persona doesn't necessarily like ramble to itself. I really expected you to discourage me from using a different voice, Songvale. I don't. You know what? I think I just like being supported. I'm not going to say I don't know how I feel about it. I like being supported in my choices. These attack quite fast, and there is a substantial pushback. Have you had any particular quest reading voices that you liked, or for that matter, Keith, that you're like, listen, Starsworn, I followed you. I've been back in the chat, but I cannot stand it when we run into an NPC that you read with this or that voice. I feel like sometimes my, the male goblin voice I was using a couple days ago, I was like, I don't know if this is good because it's accurate or really, really annoying. I did a really good female gnome, like, sometime last week, and I was frustrated because it was really easy and it sounded really good, but I was like, no, I don't long to be known as the person who does a good female gnome voice. The male goblin one? But how should I read their dialogue? I guess I could just adopt a narrator voice. That's true. I live in fear of the fact that people will click into the stream, though, while I'm reading, like, quest in a really annoying voice. Or, like, just a voice that they don't like. And then they'll be like, alright, well, if that's what that person sounds like, God has cursed them and I will never return. But I guess, you know, if you're listening to, like, World of Warcraft streamers, hopefully you would pick up that, you know, there's a goblin on screen. Wow, they actually kind of sound like a goblin, and maybe just wait 2 minutes. 2 minutes to see if when the quest text is over, if they actually sound like that. If I had the vocal range to pull it off, I could also, at least while playing like WoW, but also other games, like come up with a voice that goes with whatever my player character is that I use to converse with the chat in. But I think I would have real problems when playing my, like, male Blood Elf Demon Hunter. I often used to describe his voice, and his voice is not this bad anymore, like, the amount of demon he is greatly reduced, but I used to describe it as if he had, like, gargled rocks or something like that. That would be an example of a voice that, like, I maybe could get a line out, and then I would need to, like, take a break. In fairness, that character doesn't talk very much. He's got an active, mental landscape, but he is often a person of few verbalized words. And the longer he talks, the more uncomfortable he either was or will be shortly. I don't think you talked about that here. What you doing, like the retail, well, Cataclysm starter zone for goblins? You feel like the player character should have been the faction leader, down with Gallywix. Honestly, these days with, like, how fixated they are on the player character being champion, I almost wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Because World of Warcraft has gone over time from, like, the world being the main character to the player character being like, it went world main character, and then they had, like, a significant amount of lore characters effectively being the main character, and then, like, maybe a thrall or something to that effect. But now I feel like it kind of goes back and forth between lore characters being the main character and the player being the main character. So I don't know. I think there's a version of the world where that happened for the goblins, or frankly, like, if they didn't already have a heritage questline for goblins, where, like, your player character makes a strong bid for it. You were doing it on the warlock you were leveling, and Songvale chimed in with the fact that Gallywix gets to stick around at the end of the goblin starter zone is really incredible. I agree! And so does Keith. Like, I remember getting to the end of that, like, in Cataclysm, and being like, Thrall saw the whole thing, if I recall correctly. Like, why did he say, and now you get to be in charge? Like, that's what was... I could understand if Gallywix asserted himself as leader. It'd be surprising that, like, he was allowed to get away with it by the other goblins. But what I thought was bizarre was that it was, like, ordered and sanctioned by Thrall, who, like, historically was not pro-exploitation and slavery. I think that was the point of Thrall. Okay. Oh, this is not good. So this is AQ thing coming here soon. There's going to be a bunch of elites here very shortly. I'm pretty sure that's what this means. I do feel like I remember, like, I have some dormant memory of these popping up and not knowing what they were, and then they went away. Oh boy. Okay. Songvale, are you still drawing? Or can I give you a quest? It's a quest to Google.
I need a target.
Keith, are you saying that you think the player character Blood Elf might become leader of the Blood Elves, or am I misunderstanding? Songvale, my quest for you is to figure out when did the patch for the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj, like, what was the date that it was released on? I want to figure out if I played during the original Gates opening. This is the crystal that just popped up, Keith, is definitely an Ahn'Qiraj thing. This server, like, was dead before the Gates to Ahn'Qiraj stuff started happening. So, like, when I who 1 to 60 right now, I am the only person online. And when somebody else checked on Horde on Tuesday, like, there was 6 people online for Alliance on Tuesday and 0 online for Horde. Except for the level 1 alt that they had made to slash you on Horde. So, like, there's a good chance right now I am the only person online on Lava Lash at the moment. And so they never finished the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj. I think the next event is also up, though, because there's a bunch of Argent Dawn people in all the major cities. He says that he doesn't think they'll make the player character the leader of the Blood Elves. It'll probably be the Blood Elf Paladin Lady Liadrin. I think her title is just Lady. I don't want Lorthamar to die because I love him. He's great. He's one of those characters that doesn't have, I don't know. I guess he has more development than most of the characters who have no development, but every so often there just will be a character, especially in World of Warcraft, but sometimes in other fiction like Transformers, where they're like an obscure background character, and we know like nothing about them besides like their name and their appearance, and I will just decide that one's cool. I like that one. And Lorthamar kind of sits in that for me, although I do really like his I don't really want to be a leader. I have other things that I care about, but like our people need a thoughtful and ethical leader, so I will bear that burden that they show him as in the short story In the Shadow of the Sun. I do really like Lorthamar, so I hope he does not die, because we are cruising towards a future in which I have to endure that space that many other WoW fans are already in, where all of your favorites are dead or are radically different than they used to be. Keith agrees with me about Lorthamar, and yeah, like, I think we need to cool down on the turnover of major lore characters. I think it also goes back to me that, like, the faction leaders in particular feel like they should be world fixtures in the way that, like, we should not burn Orgrimmar down every single expansion or eradicate Stormwind, or honestly, it's kind of weird that, like, we got rid of Teldrassil and the Undercity, although the Undercity, at least they have, like, the land above, like, the Undercity ruins of Capital City, and they're kind of in that now, and it's not as polluted, I think, by the end of BFA. I feel like they should view faction leaders as much more like set pieces for the whole world, and to not make the choice to constantly be radically altering the world, because it doesn't allow you to, like, ground and connect with the world of Azeroth and, like, get attached to the idea that it is this ongoing place. So I would stop killing faction leaders personally. Which isn't to say that I want everyone to have, like, really contrived plot armor, but I definitely think it should be the case that, like, you know, if you're king of Stormwind, you probably should, like, commission some knights to go investigate something, rather than, like, putting a cloak on and sneaking out. Although I do like the idea of, like, a version of BFA where Gen took over the Alliance and Anduin fled and was, like, leading this vigilante underground rebellion to try and reclaim the Alliance for, like, non-Warhawk purposes. Yeah, I have let them through. Sorry, I was on my ramble. In fairness, Garrosh has, like, definitively been, like, incinerated in the afterlife at this point. So he is super dead. I do at least admire that, like, he didn't change. He wasn't going to change. He decided that he was right, and he wasn't going to alter his behavior, and he just rode that all the way to the ground and, like, accepted the consequences of his actions. Like, that's the kind of committed to the wrong side of history that I appreciate seeing, I guess, in people, but more so in fiction, because I don't think it's a good thing to be evil and, like, committed to being an aggressive, racist person. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it's more that, you know, at least you know that they genuinely believed in what they were doing. They weren't just being evil because it was convenient. Which is far more insidious when people are like, I just didn't really care one way or the other. I just wanted some other arbitrary thing. When they have a belief and then they're acting on it, you acting in response to them acting is much more powerful and also much more resolvable. Because both of you agree the thing you're fighting about actually matters, rather than you deciding the thing you're fighting about matters and for them it just being like an arbitrary cost of business. Keith says that he could see Gen taking over, but he's unsure how much the others would follow him. I'm not sure either. I don't know what the lore history was between Gen and Magni when Magni was still king. But that could have had some influence on the dwarves, like what the human kingdoms and Gilneas' reputation was at that time. I could see, frankly, like, Tyrande being far happier with an alliance that is on the Warhawk path, so I think she might have done it not to follow Gen, but just because she agreed with what Gen called for. And we barely acknowledge that the gnomes, like, have a political force at all, so I don't know that that would have been a narrative issue. Thank you very much, Songville. Yes, it has become really hard to find information about the original version of the game because it's all buried in classic stuff. That does mean that I saw it then, because I started August of 2005. So yeah, the, like, weird memories I have where I'm like, I almost think I recall getting jumped or seeing these crystals and these bugs and not understanding what they were. I absolutely saw them back in the day. That's kind of cool. Another moment from my, WoW 20th anniversary that I didn't think I was going to relive, I guess. Yeah, like, I think he might have that pragmatism that just comes from, like, I've allied with this group, I decided they were my best option, and, like, I'm committed to where I gave my word, you know? Not like signing a contract in the way that goblins sign contracts and just don't care, but in just a little bit more of, like, honorable word giving. I don't know, it's hard to describe what I mean. Hopefully you get it. Where it's like gnomes aren't big into heroism, but I feel like they're big into, like, honesty and integrity. Maybe integrity is the word I want. I have not done the liberation of Undermine. Is Gallywix dead at the end of it? Songvale, if you don't want this spoiler, I guess don't read the chat. Also, Songvale, we should queue for the new Kadesh raid. Because all of the bosses for that are out now and I want to see it. He's not funny to me. I do not like him. I'm frustrated that he has died several times and keeps coming back. I think I like, missed doing Burning Crusade attunement because even though, like, I played at that time, I was literally, like, 12 or 13 and, really, like, even if I wanted to be good at the game, did not understand at that point how to figure out how to be good at the game. So I didn't do, like, the attunement heroics and stuff that, like, Millhouse originally appeared in. So he is just obnoxious to me, and I do not like him. You are allowed to like him if you think he's funny, but I keep having this reaction of how many times do we have to kill this old man? Remember how I said I thought the drop rate was gonna be good for us? How many of these have we killed? We only have 3. Like, we only need 2 more, so I feel like I shouldn't leave, but I want to. Keith says that incoming spoilers for Liberation of Undermine in retail. The raid that ended the Undermine patch. Alright, I'm gonna say them. Spoilers now. Gallywix is not with the Horde anymore. It is Gazlo who leads the goblins. You're right, I think I had heard that. But he must have gotten away then. He's still alive? He should stay away. If they'd, like, bring back all of the, like, raid bosses who ran away at the same time, and I have to deal with Gallywix when I am delighting in the presence of Denathrius showing up, I will be very, very unhappy. Gallywix and Denathrius should not go together. Denathrius is better than that. That's another good... So, to be clear, the character of Dusk Harbor is not... does not share the flaws of, Denathrius. But the same, like, voice where I'll kind of, like, down-pitch my voice and kind of get this layer of arrogance to it, is my Denathrius impression voice as well, in addition to my Dusk Harbor one. He died? Okay. I hope that works out better for him than the poor choices he chose to make while he was alive. Alright, we're gonna kill 5 more of these, and then we'll move on if the drop rate is still really, really not cooperating. Hopefully in 5 kills we will get 2 of the thing we want. The attack speed is so high. I guess in this moment when I'm finding things with high attack speed, then I probably should switch over to Cat and, like, use more of my toolkit rather than trying to keep going. Oh, we got 1. We got 1. I feel like our odds on getting 1 more in 4 is actually quite good. Longville says, honestly, you should do Undermine because slaying Gallywix would be satisfying. You're right, actually. I had complete disinterest in the thing because I was just, like, really not in the mood for, like... I understand it's a parody, and it largely isn't celebrating it. It's just... It's a parody of it. But, like, the destructive capitalism, I was like, no. Like, even humor about this is just really not where I'm at. I don't want to do this. So I haven't done anything from Undermined whatsoever. But you're right. Maybe killing Gallywix would be nice, and then Gazlo being the more ethical sort of goblin would be nice to see. Keith wants more Vol'jin screen time. I agree. In Wrath of the Lich King, one of the main things I did, especially for the first half, was leading this, like, troll roleplay guild on Wormrest Accord called the Tall Janai. And I went back and forth between being GM of it and an officer. And I popped back and forth a couple of times, just because I would get busy with life, or and then the current GM would get busy with life, and so we'd swap back and forth. But anyway, so I was invested in troll lore at that time, and I think it made me more interested in Vol'jin. I don't know, he seemed like an interesting dude. I don't think I finished the quest line about his ashes and urn in BFA. I don't think it was in Shadowlands. I think it was in BFA. Honestly, I feel like I missed the boat on a bunch of Zandalari stuff that now is becoming way more interesting to me. That was 2 of 5. We're gonna kill 3 more, hoping for 1 more pelt. Songville says, the brief time that she was in Undermine for the Children's Week quest line, it seemed like a really alive zone. Love the attention to detail and the lived-inness there. That does sound really cool. I wish it was a world simulation that I was excited to be in. Like, I really regret missing the progression of Suramar, even though I like missed it for a good reason. I was on a study abroad for 11 months in Japan during a substantial portion of Legion, which obviously was an incredibly important and cool experience. That, you know, it was totally fair to miss a portion of World of Warcraft's timeline for. But I wish I had seen that, because that felt really cool and alive to like do the rebellion week by week. He says that the storyline does continue in Shadowlands, but Vol'jin's urn is in BFA. Yeah, and my main was the Night Fae Covenant in Shadowlands, so I did do stuff related to him. I remember that being part of that storyline. I think my struggle with WoW is that I don't need necessarily to be doing cutting edge content. Like, I like going back and doing stuff like this. I'm playing on a dead server. Like, I like the content itself and I enjoy the gameplay, but I really need it to be social. And so it's awesome, like, being in chat with you two right now, because it's making doing this social. But there is part of me that, like, honestly wants to have the social experience while I'm playing WoW with just like a really active conversation going in green text and guild chat on my screen while I'm in game. And it's just really hard to find the right social temperature or social culture and activity level that I want, given that I am wholesome. And a lot of people's humor is just not what I would consider to be wholesome. Which is fine for them. I want to be clear about that. If you're in your own space and like that's the norm there, like you get to do what you want in your space. I just wish it was easier for me to find my space, if that makes sense. I'm not saying other people's spaces need to, you know, become my space, because that wouldn't even work, because then I wouldn't really be friends with people. I'd be friends with like effectively the mask that they wear at work or something like that. I want to find a group of people who also genuinely like being pretty wholesome most of the time. If you are finding this VOD somewhere, please come hang out if you're wholesome. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. We are finally done with this. I'm gonna get the... I will work on this with the Murloc, and then also I know that there are various sea beast corpses to sample over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and go pick up some of those. Honestly, though, I kind of want to reroute into, doing this quest with the powers below. I don't remember this quest. I feel like this might be a Season of Discovery quest and be lore. And the reason I'm, like, really thinking that is I mentioned I've done this zone in the last, like, 6 to 8 months. I've done it, like, 4 or 5 times across different, like, hardcore alts and Season of Discovery, because I took a rogue to, like, basically this level in Season of Discovery, so I finished a lot of this on her. Yeah, and I don't think I've encountered this quest before. Heath says that in Shadowlands we found out that Muzala, the Loa of Death before Bwonsamdi, was working for the jailer, and was the one who told Vol'jin to name Sylvanas as leader. Yes, I remember that too. Which is kind of disturbing as an idea, that, like, you don't know... Discernment when listening to spirits is very important, but also even somebody as powerful as Vol'jin cannot really tell who's listening to him, and yet has been in a situation where, like, the spirits don't necessarily always have your best interests in mind. The middle of Gelkak's Key. What do we think Gilkak's key is? Oh, Gyromass retrieval. A pirate's life isn't an easy one, landlubber. It ain't all about plundering and booze. Alas, me ship be sunk just off the shore thanks to them pesky threshodons. What I be needin' is me first mate back in order. When I washed up on the shore, the key for me first mate broke on the rocks and was pilfered by the beasties of Darkshore. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw some of them raging crawlers, ferocious forest riders, and murlocs rummaging through the wreckage. That is a gnome, like, super far north. That key has traveled quite a long way. He says that he was impersonating Bwansamdi, but yes. Well, I guess that happens. That can happen too. Honestly, I think a big problem with the jailer for me is that he is weirdly generic. I have a conspiracy theory that the stuff with the Primus and also the Rune Carver, like, some of that was originally going to be the jailer and, like, we didn't know that we were setting him free or something. Because when you look at earlier, like, screenshots advertising for the game coming out, and they show, like, the silhouette while talking about the jailer, it doesn't look like the extremely generic male human model that the jailer had. It resembles the armor that he wears a little bit more later, but even that looks really generic because we had already seen, like, normal guard enemies in the Maw who basically were wearing the same armor. They did not do a good job of character designing him in a way that, like, emphatically explained who he was or why. And it, you know, honestly, it's probably because Denathrius took literally all of the personality that they were able to put into Shadowlands. Phenomenal. Love that character. But yeah. Jailer is boring, and I feel like he didn't need to be. I am really confused as to why he is so aggressively generic. Which could work as a plot point that, like, the most evil things, the most insidious things are, like, the ones you don't even notice because they seem completely normal or, like, unremarkable. But they didn't do that either. So I actually genuinely really like Shadowlands. I liked it at the time. I still like it now. I am awaiting the day when, like, I loved Mists of Pandaria at the time as well, and people were not into Mists of Pandaria then, but now people think Mists of Pandaria is great, and I await the time a decade from now that I hope will come where people will like Shadowlands. But I do agree that, like, the jailer as presented was really boring. He's much better as a concept than as he was depicted. And he is by far not my favorite part of Shadowlands at all. The remains of what appeared to be a giant thresher have washed ashore on the rocky inlet of the Twilit Shore. The thresher is several times larger than any of the other threshers spotted in these parts. Wherever it came from, this creature would not seem to have been native to Darkshore. Though the creature has been picked apart in places, enough of it remains to gather a suitable sample for Gwyneth Bly-Lagond in Aberdeen. In hardcore, I was slowly clearing this on my hunter, and I tried to warn this mage that ran up that could not see all of these ones that are, like, hiding in the divots, and they ran up, and then they died, and then they were very frustrated with me because they thought I had, like, pulled stuff onto them, but they did not realize that, like, I wasn't done clearing it, and in fact, they pulled all of those things onto themselves. I tried to, like, slow as they were being chased, but these lightning bolts just shot him down from afar. Keith says that a lot of the individual zones and leaders in Shadowlands are interesting, but the jailer is not. I would concur. And that he enjoyed it while he was playing it, which was only phase 1. Songvale says she's really partial to the idea that the rune carver was meant to be the jailer originally, and that the super generic jailer model who we saw was supposed to be like a decoy construct, which, you know, maybe it's still true and he fooled us all. That would be cool. I realize people like don't want any more about the plot, but I think there was enough of a hint there that like the Shadowlands as like a machine of the afterlife had been engineered and restarted at least once or twice before. I don't remember all of my like my proof, but I remember just having the sense, and I had like a bullet point list of things which we've talked about before, Songvale, that like really to me indicates that like there was more going on there than we were told. Like the version we were told had an unreliable narrator or like an uninformed narrator or something. And I would not be surprised to learn that at all. At the same time, like Shadowlands was so poorly received, I also, well, I don't know, they would have changed the jailer thing before Shadowlands had any reception whatsoever. So this wouldn't be it. But like it was so poorly received that I don't know if they're gonna go back to it and develop anything with the Primus or anything with like the entities that designed the whole system. I did like the Primus though. I didn't like him as I always forget about him because when I think of cool characters in Shadowlands, I think of Denathrius. But I wouldn't necessarily want to find out that the Primus was bad. I did like him. You find a corpse of a sea turtle that had beached itself on the coast of Darkshore some time ago. It has been picked nearly clean by grey mist murlocs, the very ones who now have encamped themselves around the creature's remains. Still, there appear to be some suitable samples left on the creature's remains that Gwyneth Bly-Lagond in Aberdeen might be able to make use of. I feel like there are more Reshadons here than there was when I did this zone in hardcore. Although now that I say that, there's not that many around, so maybe I just missed them. I don't know.
Not still recharging.
I wonder how many... I've heard of add-ons before that implement AI voices to read the quest text to you. But I wonder what efforts have ever been done to have an add-on that has all of the quest text to be read aloud by like voice actors or by a narrator.
I'm out of range.
That could be a really fun project. And then I could spite the whole world by being like, my add-on is called Narrator, and the first pack that I am going to do to completion is for Shadowlands. And if you want to have your quest read to you, you have to play Shadowlands. Heath said, also feel like with what we know of Kel'Thuzad, the direction his story took didn't make much sense to you, but oh well. I did all of the Covenant storylines on alts, and I do remember that there was a thing with Kel'Thuzad, but I don't remember what it was anymore, unfortunately. I do remember the Covenant storylines. I liked those, but it was weird to me how, like, there was lore for, say, like, Maldraxxus. There was lore about that Covenant or what they did that, like, you would only get if you did, like, the Bastion Covenant questline. They had the same issue with, class quest chains in Legion. There's just some big stuff that doesn't get conveyed unless somehow you play the entire game that feels like it should at least be referenced. You don't have to be able to see it, but somebody else should mention, like right before Cataclysm, the whole world fell asleep due to like Nightmare, the Emerald Nightmare gaffes. And the only place that this is brought up, to my knowledge, is like in this book. But that's a huge event. Somebody should like allude to it having happened. Or if a town has been destroyed in a quest line, that needs to be referenced or reflected for everybody. That is a good example also, Songvale. Songvale says, yeah, super weird that if you play Paladin and Legion, but not Death Knight, you have no idea that Death Knight's ever assaulted your base. I think, yeah, I do remember that. That he was a jailer ally now that you say that.
Another set of sea turtle remains lie beached on the coastline. This set of remains has an abandoned carriage half buckled to the turtle's shell. Perhaps this creature was driven to the shoreline by unknown beings rather than beaching itself, as some of the other remains have suggested. Powerful grey mist murlocs have made the carcass of this creature their current home. In the carriage, you find a box with strange markings on it. Perhaps Gwyneth Bly-Legond in Aberdeen can make sense of it.
Interesting. I also think it's strange when you have just recently, like, done quests in an area, and then you go do them again, and you're like, I don't remember one of these being a box instead of just more remains. At the same time, I don't feel like that's as strange as it could be, so I'm not sure if that is a Discovery, Season of Discovery situation or not. Hello, Photon! Yes, I am! Honestly, when there's people here to chat with, like, I can go for a really long time. How far are we at right now? Wow, 3 hours. Yeah. I'm feeling solid right now. We are chatting about lore and one of my favorite expansions, which is particularly remarkable because we're having, you know, an interesting conversation about one of my favorite expansions, which, as a rule, for whatever reason, my favorite expansions tend to be the ones other people don't like. I did find a pattern to that for me a number of years ago. I noticed that the ones that I tend to get the most of are the ones that are based like on cultures or locations that we haven't heard that much about. So they put much more world development for those locations and cultures into the game rather than like leaning on what you already know. Because they assume that you've played some other version of the game or you read some book or something like that. And I think that tends to convey those world spaces better in game, and they're more interesting and compelling to me. Because it happened with like the Draenei stuff in WoD, but I wasn't into the orc stuff. I liked Pandaria, which we hadn't really seen before. I liked Shadowlands, which was all new. But conversely, I don't like Wrath, and most people who are super into WoW really, really like Wrath.
The half-devoured corpse of what might have been a giant sea mammal lies on the beach. A band of murlocs, stronger than those found closer to Aberdeen, have taken up residence around the fallen creature. Enough of the creature's remains that a suitable sample of its bones could be delivered to Gwyneth Bly-Legond in Aberdeen.
Keith says in life he was really just loyal to Arthas, so he found it a bit weird. Yeah, and I think they tried to tie some of that in with the fact that, like, Frostmourne and all of the undeath magic, like, came out of the Shadowlands and kind of had manipulation ties to the jailer. But I don't know enough about his characterization. Like, if Kel'Thuzad, it made sense that he was aware of that and yet not explaining it or accidentally letting it out of the bag to people. I don't know if that makes sense, because I actually didn't play Warcraft 3, although I kind of want to. I feel like the gameplay mechanics are increasingly interesting to me, as I notice my genre interests shift over time. Photon says, you think people would find that stuff more interesting, since I know a lot of people, at least on the creative side, tend to focus on the lesser known stuff because it's more to think about and speculate on than stuff we already know and want to expand upon. Referencing probably what I assume was the portion of time that I was soapboxing about how I tend to like expansions that are about new things. And I agree. I think part of it is the calcification of like fandom experience, but specifically in WoW, where at a certain point people don't want new stuff. They simultaneously want more of what they love, but also, like, get annoyed when what they love isn't fresh and new to them anymore. And I think WoW is kind of caught in that place a little bit. And it's particularly weird being a role player because it used to be the case that, like, there being enough there to excite and inspire you, but not everything being filled in just meant that there was, like, an awesome place to get to do headcanons and come up with stuff with your community and your friends. And these days, people don't seem to want to do that. They just sort of complain that all the stuff is not filled in for them. Keith, it's fair that you did not like WoD. I don't know, did you play Alliance or Horde? Because it's not that I, like, strongly dislike orcs, they're just not that compelling to me. And so I know when I was going through the WoD zones, like, all of the lore that was about the orcs was kind of boring, and so I really did not like the Horde questing thing, as much as the cutscene at the end, which was between Thrall and Garrosh, was kind of awesome. Photon says, I think it's fine to want an expansion on old concepts, but the hardest part is the balancing act. Introducing new concepts while expanding upon old. Also, WoW has so much history, it's hard not to contradict everything either. They are really starting to struggle with, like, keeping the tone the same and not forgetting things, either in terms of, like, directly contradicting them, or just, hey, you know, this thing really should have come up by now. What happened with it? It just sort of got forgotten. Like, loose ends getting dropped also happens as well. I think, you know, I'm never probably gonna make a AAA MMO like World of Warcraft, but watching World of Warcraft and what has happened to it, I think I would do something fundamentally different than what used to be normal, where you create more and more expansion packs and you, like, add on to the level cap and all of that. I think doing more to maintain the idea that the main character of World of Warcraft was the whole world, and that people should keep moving and moving through and exploring the whole of the world rather than just whatever the newest continent is, could have helped in continually asking themselves, like, what is the state of this world, what is happening in it, and who do we need to keep checking in with, rather than following a linear storyline that exists in theoretically a whole world, but only ever does, like, one small area or, like, one group of 5 characters seem to progress through time. Keith says individual orcs are interesting, Thrall and Sarfang especially, but I would agree the orcs in general and their history has been basically done since Burning Crusade. Yeah, I kind of would agree, especially because they did not expand on a theme that I don't know if they've ever, like, really brought up loads and loads, but I do think it's interesting that they, as a people, they were manipulated and controlled, and some level of guilty of becoming the thralls of this really destructive force. But at the same time, there was also a level of, like, mind control or compulsion to it, so, like, it's hard to say how responsible they were for those actions. But the point is, they don't have a world of their own anymore. They have to be in this one. But anytime you are somebody showing up in a new space, like, you are inevitably taking a portion of the space and resources that previously did not have to be shared with you. Whether that is you are showing up and, like, demanding space that the Night Elves were actively using, or even just in the case of, like, nobody was using these resources, but you are still taking resources from the forest and the animals and stuff that were using them before. And they sort of talk about that in terms of Thrall saying we're going to settle in Durotar and this will be kind of our atonement. But since they do need resources, they need wood, they need food, they leave that and they go take it from other regions and they bring it back. An interesting story question there would be, so the reason I'm waiting here is because I'm pretty sure to get Murkdeep to spawn, I think he's here, and you just, like, kill Murlocs until he shows up. But I killed all the Murlocs and he didn't show up, so I think I have to wait for them to respawn. Oh, okay, no, you run in, and that's how you get those to spawn. My bad. Okay. I will keep working on this while I talk. But they didn't talk about, like, the difficulty of that, where your resources have to come from somewhere and somebody already had those resources. Are you entitled to survive or not, or how do you negotiate the space between, like, you should have the right to try and live, but also somebody else, like, those things belong to somebody else, so what is a fair amount of those things for you to get. They also could have talked about that with blood elves showing up in effectively Amani lands 3,000 years ago, but they really haven't. Another individual orc that they should have touched on. This is a joke from War Mystic Horde forums, but on the Warlords of Draenor loading screen, one of the characters has this really big belt, and somebody posted on our like Realm forum like circling the belt because it does kind of look like between that and like the clothing of some other people that is hanging around him that like it's this really short guy with like a really grotesque mask on, and he was like, I finished the storyline, who is this guy? And somebody else was like, that's Gromash's belt. That was quite funny. I think they could have focused on that individual character a little more. Songville says, part of the problem is also that WoW has players who have been invested in a not very fleshed aspect of the lore for a long time, and then they do fill in a lot of those gaps with headcanon and conjecture, which they may or may not realize is just headcanon and conjecture. And then when Blizzard comes back and adds more detail, it conflicts with that non-canon version that the player is really invested in, and it makes it feel like a retcon. Photon agrees. Keith says elves are Titan creations made from trolls, right? They didn't just show up. So we don't think that Titans had anything to do with the Night Elf creation. What we know about Night Elf creation canonically is that there were dark trolls or trolls who lived in caves in an area that ultimately would be around the Well of Eternity. And the dark trolls that came up out of the ground and settled around that lake were transformed by the arcane energies in the pool and Elune, apparently, maybe, into the Night Elves. So there's an element that maybe the Titans influenced it insofar as that, like, the pool was full of arcane energy. Arcane energy is, like, affiliated with the Titans and Titan blood. We also don't really know what Elune is, though. Was that Murkdeep? Oh, Murkdeep slain. I thought I had to get Murkdeep's head. So we don't know if Elune is Titan affiliated or not. I also feel like this part's headcanon, but there is owls everywhere in Night Elf iconography. And in the last patch of Dragonflight, we met a Loa of Change, whose name was Kanzu, who was an owl. And definitely had more in line with the Night Elf Ancients, but was referred to as a Loa and said that like his first worshippers called him Aloa, or sorry, them Aloa. They use they them pronouns. What was the thing? Oh, so I kind of suspect that as Loa of Change, that Hanzu had something to do with transforming them, but we don't know that either. I think all that's been said is just the Well of Eternity changed the Dark Trolls into being Night Elves. And the Dark Trolls seem to be related to or are like the Haranir that have shown up in War Within and will be in the next expansion. Songvale says the Blood Elves showed up in Amani lands after being exiled from Kalimdor after the Sundering. The elves don't seem to have inhabited that area prior to the War of the Ancients. They weren't called Blood Elves yet, but their ancestors elders. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, effectively, they had no choice. They were driven out of their previous land, but they had to go colonize something. And, like, that's an interesting issue to me, thematically. Like, are you entitled, if you get driven out of where you were, are you entitled to having resources and a place to live more than somebody else is entitled to not have to deal with you showing up? And I suspect the answer to that is super murky, and involves all kinds of like difficult to navigate or potentially ishy arguments, like well, it's okay to take lands from people who are bad, and then I get to define what bad is. Or maybe, no, it's not, and even though maybe some of you are not guilty of why ever you were thrown out, it's so wrong to take things away from other people that, like, you just have to accept that you have nothing, and ultimately the implication there is that you perish. So, yeah. And that's true. I agree that the Amani probably lashed out more towards the elves, but that doesn't take away from the fact that, like, the Amani were there first. And so then you get into, like, well, who should have the land and why? Why would you prefer the Amani? Why would you prefer the elves? Does it matter who was there first, etc.? Songville says that the Well of Eternity was Azeroth's blood, and Azeroth is a Titan, but that's as close as the Titans come to having anything to do with it, unless Elune is also a Titan to some degree. Yeah. So they're, like, elves might be the product... I mean, here's kind of an interesting idea, that elves are the product of both... of both Titan-influenced and Azeroth itself. Like, elves are... because of the exposure to the blood of Azeroth that is the blood of a Titan, that elves are, like, one of the truest of Azeroth's children, is kind of an interesting idea. All of the, obviously, groups like the Tauren maybe could take issue with that particular claim.
When you return, a chaotic primal magic surrounds this parchment of scribbles. I sense the work of the Old One in it. Let us hope it reveals the purpose of the Twilight's hammer in Darkshore. Onu studies the parchment from the Twilight Tome. Onu is struck by unleashed magic. The parchment you found at the Master's Glaive is a page from an ancient text written by elves. It is heavily cursed and tainted by the corruption of the Twilight's hammer, but it seems the cult is using ancient elven magic to bring their old masters back to the world. Travel to the ruins of Mithrista to the northeast and search for ancient relics among the grass and broken stones. Through their study, we may divine how the Twilight's hammer intends to exploit the magic of the elves.
Alright, Songvale, we'll see you in a minute. Honestly, the decision to read Onu's quest text in a really slow voice, it gets long even for me. We might have to come up with more of a character for him if he continues to be a quest that we see. Where is Runes of Mithrista? Are they here? I think they are. So we'll get this on the way. But then we are gonna focus on going north to turn in all of these quests. What are your plans for this evening, Photon, now that you are home from work? Beyond, of course, being ever entertained by myself. Also, by all means, I mean, you did yesterday, so, like, you probably get this already, but I'll just want to reaffirm that as much as I enjoy having you in the chat and helping with any moderation that is necessary, I'm going hard this week on streaming hours. If you want to do something else with your time, feel free. Awesome if you leave me on in the background, with, like, the tab muted or something if you need to, but, totally understand if you have anything else to do rather than watching the streams of somebody you just reconnected with like a week ago. This Ruins of Mithristrel? No, that's all the way up here. Okay, yeah, we can't go back to Aberdeen. So I'm gonna Hearth just to get it a little farther. Because this is Alameth, I think. I really hope I'm correct and this is Ruins of Alameth. I could walk 10 feet forward. Yeah, you know what? That's smart. It is. Well, not Alameth. It's a Metheran, but I was very close. Let us go turn in several quests to this person.
I am honored.
May Loon walk with you, Druid. The Temple of the Moon has come to help the troubled citizens of Aberdeen.
Go in peace.
Thanks be to Loon. I am glad to see you again, dear Gwen. The Temple of the Moon's work on the strange beaching phenomena continues here in Darkshore. Might you have anything additional to offer us?
Asha Vela.
The dimensions of the thresher you mention are mind-boggling. Even the eldest of the threshers in this region grow to only a fraction of that size. While some of the larger ones were known to be close to Teldrassil, their numbers have declined steadily. I cannot help but wonder if these creatures are beaching themselves here. Beaching themselves here are somehow related to this. While we analyze the bones you have brought us, please accept this on behalf of the Temple of the Moon. Thank you, Gwen.
Elune light your way.
Greetings once again, Gwen. Do you have any more discoveries to report to the Temple of the Moon?
Goddess watch over.
You found even more beached creatures, Gwen? Sea turtles were commonly found frolicking along the base of Nordrassil before it was destroyed. With the birth of Teldrassil, however, these creatures have been seen in ever-decreasing numbers. Some, as we have discovered, end their lives here for some unknown reason. Your aid will perhaps unlock the mystery before us. Please accept this in exchange for the remains you have provided to our study.
May the stars guide you.
Hello again, Gwen. The work you have done on behalf of the Temple of the Moon has been outstanding. Are we to be blessed with more of your effort on our behalf? You know, it's hard to maybe not read this as her being like, oh my goodness, can you just give them to me all at once?
Go in peace.
I have heard of the kinds of carriages found on the back of that turtle. Those, I do believe, are Naga carriages, used in both battle and in transportation of their supplies onto land. The markings on the box you found are of the Naga. Perhaps it was that the creature you were discovered was killed as it was heading further south? To Ashenvale, maybe? I will be sure to send this box to Darnassus with the rest of your discoveries. This is for you. Thank you again for your assistance.
Asha Vela.
Alright, one
May
more.
the stars guide you.
Hello again, Gwen. Are you here to report on another discovery?
Elune.
The bones you have are from gentle sea mammals that are known to inhabit the waters surrounding the base of Teldrassil. How many ways can I say Teldrassil differently? They have never been known to violently beach themselves like the threshers had been known to do. Why would these creatures do this, I wonder? Well, perhaps the study of their remains will bear the fruits of knowledge that we seek. I thank you again for your aid. Please accept this honorarium from the Temple of the Moon.
Goddess watch over you.
That was almost half a level. Nice. What else do we have? A Lost Master, Murkdeep, and that one is down in Ashenvale. Alright, folks, should we go on an adventure to Ironforge to turn in this cursed book? Or keep hunting around in the ruins for the other items we need to try and handle the Twilight's Hammer cult?
Del Nadris.
Well, it looks like you're here to do more than just inquire. The citizens will be delighted to know that tonight they will sleep a little more soundly and safer. You've acted as the executioner of justice for the people of Aberdeen today, Gwen. For that, I would like to offer you this as a suitable reward. For a true hero of the Aberdeen people. Cool.
Farewell.
Upgrades. Well, it would seem that even though we know more about this crystal, the more unanswered questions are a result. I'll take the information you've uncovered to the council here in Aberdeen. Perhaps they'll know a course of action to follow on this crystal. Well, if there is one to be taken. For now, the threat remains far enough to our east to be out of harm's way. As for you, please have this. Consider it a reward for a job well done, Gwen. We're gonna take this, even though I know mine is better. Yep.
God is watching.
And that is 23. Get rid of the nasty book. Alright, we are going on an adventure, folks. We're gonna clear out the inventory. Oh my goodness, look at how many clams we have. There's too many clams. Pearl. No, pearl. I think there's one more pearl in one of these clams. I was wrong. There was only one pearl in all the clams we had. Alright, let's clean out the inventory, and then we are going to be on a journey. I will be right back. I keep hearing something strange, and I just want to check to make sure that everything is okay. Alright, I am back. I heard sounds like a distressed child, and my apartment is in like a office building, so that was really weird. And then also like just a lot of thumping, but it is okay. Somebody is moving into the office next to my apartment, so they have their child with them. And I'm not, like, I wasn't bothered by the noise in terms of, like, this has got to stop, but it was more just, like, these are very weird noises for my current location. And it's because somebody new is moving in, so that is why I've never heard them before. But when you hear distressed child noises, there is part of you that's just like, let's go find out what's going on. You just reasonably get a little bit worried. Quest items. Quest items. Quest items. Don't need this one anymore. But I think it kind of sounded like a fussy child while somebody's moving in and out. So, I know folks might be disappointed to know, but I have already done the wetlands run on Gwen. Probably doesn't surprise anybody who was watching the WoWiversary stream on Tuesday, because we did Dead Mines, and I have Emberstone staff. I guess if you know World of Warcraft, you'd probably assume that I have the flight paths if you, just recognize this staff. So it won't be that long of a journey, but it will involve waiting for the boat and a flight path. So, yeah, I guess as we sit here waiting for the boat, there's not much to do but talk about our feelings. So, if anybody has anything that they need to share. Nope, that was this character. This is what we started off the WoWiversary on Tuesday with, was getting the Emberstone staff on this druid as an homage to my elation at having this weapon back in vanilla on my original druid character. I feel like this should have, like, one of those, like, crossing guard things where I can, like, push the button repeatedly in the belief that that will summon it being my turn a little bit sooner. It's not on a schedule, it just flips back and forth. It just constantly goes back and forth. So it'll park here, it'll hang out for like 30 seconds, and then it will take about 10-15 seconds before it hits the loading screen and goes to the other continent. And then when it gets to the dock over there, it'll wait there like 30 seconds and then come back. So it's just kind of perpetually on a loop. The boat has arrived. No feelings have yet been shared. My stream is not yet an emotionally safe space. That's alright. I don't necessarily know, I don't necessarily know that we need to air out our dirty laundry of feelings when we have no idea who else is in this arguably rather public space. That is fair, Photon, on the streams making you want to go back to Final Fantasy XIV. When I have not been playing WoW for a while, and then I see screenshots of World of Warcraft, I used to, like, catch myself trying to play on the screenshot. Because I wanted to play. I suppose you probably should take a break from drawing, Songvale, but, I admire the fact that you got it out there today. Also, you should have water, because joint pain gets worse if you're dehydrated. Ooh, that is awesome. But I still think if you pause for water, I'll drink half of my water that I haven't touched. I'll bargain with you. We can choose good health together. Photon says, boat reminded her of a fishing class in Final Fantasy XIV, and one mechanic is deep sea fishing. At the top of the hour, every hour the boat leaves, and you can do an instance of fishing with a bunch of people. That sounds kind of fun. There was an event in the last expansion pack's, like, first patch, in World of Warcraft, where you and everybody else around you, made a giant pot of soup. Like, the soup pot was the size of, like, a small school bus. Used water to take Tylenol. No, you need to drink at least half a glass of water, and then I will drink at least half a glass of water. For everybody who drinks half a glass of water right now, I will drink half a glass of water. Line art is pain. That is why I am grateful that I'm starting to just really like sketch, but I want the level of like line width control that Songvale has. It's beautiful. Ooh, that tree looks really good. I have received a DM'd picture of it. Were you using silly voices on your stream for voice acting? Is that why your throat hurts? I admit that it probably is harder, or it's probably easier to track, like, what I'm responding to, as long as I, like, reference the direct message in my speech. However, every time I look down at the chat, it makes me think I haven't responded to all of these things because my response is not printed there. And as of yet, I have not yet repeated my answer to somebody's comment. But we'll see. That is not how you spell licorice. The reason I'm laughing is because the way you've spelt it is like the alcohol, and I feel like somebody who does not know that, like, licorice, the plant, would help a throat may assume that you are suggesting that alcohol would help her not feel the pain in her throat anymore. I care for you also. I'm just concerned about other people who don't know what you're talking about thinking that you are legitimately suggesting that drunkenness prevents the experience of pain. I'm losing it. I don't know if the mic's picking up my laughing. Licorice tea is, like, surprisingly sweet, too. I need to buy more licorice tea. Honestly, I was using... So I was drinking it, but then at one point I had read about it being good for skin, and I have facial skin issues, unfortunately. It's all, like, acne and then scar from acne and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, I read that licorice was really good at helping, like, even that out, and so I used my last tea bag to make water and rinsed my face with it for a couple days, and it was incredible. I feel like it didn't last. My face still has some blotchiness, but I feel like it's better than it was for sure. There's your unasked for herbalism tips while in a World of Warcraft stream. You have licorice tea and blotchy skin. Instead of drinking the tea, use it cooled down. Oh my goodness, don't put hot tea on your face. On your skin. But yeah, this is also related to the Encourage war effort. And I think as things are given to them, like, more and more boxes appears around them. But as you can see, there's, like, almost nothing. But they did a good job trying to make it a whole server effort. You can see that they want light leather, and they want thick leather, so, like, Lobies could contribute linen bandages, and then high-level characters would be doing the rune cloth bandages. There was a Horde ambassador here. That's kind of cool. I don't remember this. Unexpected that you are all capable of such organization. Both the Alliance and the Horde have completed their preparations for the Encourage War. Even as we speak, materiel is being shipped over to Silithus and should arrive all within a day. Then it is up to one who is going to reassemble the Scepter of the Shifting Sands to beat on the gong at the Scarab Dais and open the gates of Encourage. That is when the war will truly begin. Wow! I wonder if the group of 60s I saw yesterday in Encourage, like, is doing this, and in fact they are about to hit the gong. Oh, now I need to know. I wonder if they were... I wonder if, like...
Great to meet you. Be good.
Huh.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I wonder if this will all be gone next week then, and maybe what I saw was actually like the end, like they have hit the gong in the last 24 hours. I guess it is possible that, like, that's why those things are being summoned, because, like, they have broken open the gates. Yes, Photon, it is entirely possible that that idea was, like, inspired by this, as the Encourage War effort is an extremely famous, like, MMO event. And famously, the people who, like, implemented it at Blizzard didn't really ask, like, the technology team whether or not it was a good idea. Because it concentrated players so much into small locations that their server hardware could not handle it, and it would cause the player clients but also the servers to crash several times during different points, especially the climax of that event, because there were too many people concentrated in one location for what their servers could handle at the time. And reportedly, like, technology people who worked there have said that, like, if we had been asked, we would have said no. But we were not asked, and it just happened, and we had to deal with it. But that is part of the reason that, despite the fact that this is an incredibly famous event, which people look back on extremely fondly, they have never done something like it again. You know, which makes sense, because people complain about, like, uptime or bugs or things like that. And if what you're trying to do or achieve is, like, not technologically possible, I totally understand. That said, me and Songvale, like, intentionally try to play on patch day or to do LFR, like the looking for raid where it just pairs you with 24 other random people and tells you to do some of the most challenging content in the game, admittedly in, like, a greatly nerfed form. We love doing that when everyone doesn't know what's going on, because the chaos is hilarious. But if you actually want to get it done, it's not a good time. Yeah, Photon, definitely. When the server stability is bad and the frame rate's really low, especially because these days, like, people expect their game to, like, run flawlessly at 200 FPS. Whereas back in the day, like, people talk about this event, and not that they loved this, but you can tell that they're having nostalgic memories when they're like, yeah, and I had a pretty decent computer, but I was getting, like, 2 frames a second while at the gates. They had this gate opening thing on the servers where, like, if you die, you have to start over. And let me tell you, all these things, like, suddenly spawning in that just instantly kill you, and or wouldn't have instantly killed you, but you just stood there because you disconnected. And so in fact we're not playing, but your character still died, so you have to start over. There are some great clips from that. Good job, Songvale. I just had a sip of coffee. But I guess I can have water now, too. Honestly, that sounds really fun. There are now two things that make me want to do Final Fantasy XIV. The first one is hearing that there's a good roleplay community there, and the second one is that I could do mentor roulette as a mentor eventually. I mean, I guess initially I would have to be the mentee, but that's where I'm at. The one thing about Final Fantasy roleplay is, like, I often hear, and World of Warcraft roleplay has drifted this way too, like, what it still exists of it, but I want to roleplay from the point of view of being in, like, a high fantasy novel context. And I feel like a lot more roleplay seems like an anime convention, which obviously I like an anime convention. But it's not what I'm looking for when I'm role-playing World of Warcraft. Like, I want it to feel like I'm in, like, a medieval fantasy tavern. And a lot of roleplay has drifted towards, like, having events and experiences that one could maybe go have, like, in a city in 2025. And I've heard of a lot of those very modern-sounding events being popular in Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm not sure if, like, the tone would be what I was looking for. Is Final Fantasy's roleplay community just big enough where actually there is tons and tons of diversity in experiences? What are we here for? Oh, we didn't need to come here. We needed to go to the place that I got off the griffin at. I'm so sorry. We gotta go back to where we were with the dwarves. That's where the bookshop was. Nobody stopped me. Update. Somebody else has signed in on the server. Songville says, roleplay in WoW used to take the tack of figuring out what people in Azeroth used to take the tact of figuring out what people in Azeroth would have, and instead now our modern American technologies and social customs, and these days, a lot of roleplay in WoW takes the tact of figuring out how to justify having our modern American technologies and social customs in Azeroth. Yes, exactly. And I am not looking for that. I have always felt like a connection and an enjoyment of the experience of medieval fantasy worlds, or like World of Warcraft's fantasy cartoon realism world. If I want to do American culture, I will go outside, which I do occasionally, but not as much as I play World of Warcraft. I am responding to somebody asking about the death of the server. That is totally fine, Keith, as we discuss the great social issues of internet roleplay. Photon says, if I'm being rude, I think the reason it is like that is due to a lack of creativity. People can't think of worlds without technology and make it even harder to imagine places without such a thing being so predominant in our lives. Because a lot of modern fantasy writing seems to always try to justify technology existing in some way for whatever reason. I agree. I also think instead of fantasy stories, and I don't do enough with science fiction to be able to say if science fiction is suffering from the same thing. But I feel like when I used to engage with fantasy, it was very much about, like, what if this other world with this other set of ideas, this other bit of culture, are we going to make it? Yes. Oh, just barely. Woo. What if this other culture existed? What if they looked at this issue? What if they cared about this or that thing that we don't? I feel like that kind of fantasy storytelling was what I used to encounter. And now I feel like what I encounter is basically just more discussion or processing of things going on Earth in 2025 or in 2024 or whatever, but doing that with the aesthetic of elves instead, or goblins instead, or whatever. And maybe it's the case that, like, I just couldn't see it because I was like 12 and I didn't know enough about what was going on in the world, so these stories felt like they were independent or more independent from our reality and just about the character's reality. But it is definitely something I miss because it feels like the way people talk or the way people think within worlds that don't have anything to do with our world is really shackled to the way that those things are in our world. World of Warcraft, Keith is right, has had Magitech for a long time. And I think, like, the technology is not per se the issue, but it's more that it's, for me, what I'm trying to get at is, like, I would like people to run a magical bookshop or a bakery rather than, like, have a dance club and physical therapy practice. I agree with Songvale in agreeing with Fontan that there maybe isn't a lot of effort or interest in the idea of, like, what are some things that I'm not already used to that I could write about. Keith, I also remember people having a problem with the spaceship in Burning Crusade. I had that issue, though, too. I did not know anything about WoW lore previously, so to me, I was really confused as to why this, like, high fantasy world that I thought it had been from playing vanilla World of Warcraft now had science fiction elements. At this point, I've gotten used to it, and I'm not as bothered by it. I think more what annoys me in the roleplay is just, like, modern American businesses and issues being assumed, and perspectives or behaviors being assumed to also be the perspectives and behaviors and issues of this world. Or, like, the interests of this world. Like, it makes sense to me that modern Americans have different hobbies and ways to pass time than people in Azeroth would. Goblins having dance clubs, whatever. But, like, I guess maybe, but, like, it just seems odd to me that, like, night elves would go to them. And yeah, there's a big difference between, like, magically fueled golems or even, like, basic computers and, like, some concept of the internet. Photon says, not sure for sci-fi, but the problem with sci-fi is just they're just running with the same sorts of stories. One critique for Final Fantasy XIV is that it does seem to lean towards a more modern-esque feeling than just fantasy with a flavor of Magitech-like structures and mechanical objects as these strange and foreign-like objects, because now there's, like, a phone emote, and I'm like, yeah. That kind of goes with that piece of reluctance around Final Fantasy XIV. So the two things that stop me, just like I had two things that have encouraged me to do it, the two things that stop me are, firstly, that I just am not sure about investing in something that big when I'm at where I'm at in life and I already have so many big investments of time and, like, emotional attachment. But the other one is that, yeah, I'm looking for something a little bit more fantastical, or barring that, even if it's sci-fi, looking for something that doesn't look so close to real life. And I'm going to figure out where this bookshop is instead of just running in circles. Just a second. Powers below. Forlorn Cavern. Okay. You know, I almost never get sent to Forlorn Cavern. I suppose I don't play, like, a warlock or a rogue most of the time, which I assume is who's usually in those spaces. But kind of exciting to finally be sent there. Altar of the Light. Interesting. Wonder if this has to do with Naxxramas? Probably. Photon blames the community of people because it's such a social aspect. People make it more like their modern lives since they're so entrenched in it that they just make it their reality. People find comfort in that familiarity, and I think that's why it shifted to that sort of demographic, but I could be talking out my butt. It's just observation. I agree, though. Like, I feel like the big shift that I see is people pulling their, like, normal world ideas into, like, a fantasy space, or, like, I don't know, an other space, rather than being really excited to get to go be in this other space and leave their normal world behind. Again, I don't know, maybe I just did not realize that people, like, were referencing, like, things that were part of their very real experience, and the metaphors actually were, like, just as thin, but back when I was younger, but I feel like that's changed. I agree with you. Briarthorn. That is a nice name, but not what I would have expected this particular gnome to be called. Same thing for Thistleheart. Maybe they just have code names, but I like the name Briarthorn. I know that's an herb in the game.
What's on your mind?
Welcome to Bone Grip's Runes and Dooms, Druid. You may look, but do not touch. Some of the knowledge here is not meant for the, uninitiated.
Watch your back.
Hello, madame. May I interest you in one of my tomes?
Off with you.
Ah, a copy of The Powers of Below. I can't find a voice for this dude. An interesting text this is, and some might find it useful. But this one's in sad shape. And look here, there are notes in the margin of almost every page. I know this copy. I sold it to Bolgar last year. Are you, a friend of his? Yes. I thought you were. You have that same fire behind your eyes. Well, by definition, a friend of Bolgar's is a friend of mine. And we take care of our own, yes?
Be good.
Interesting. Okay, so he will have a quest for me later. I still am not 100% sure whether I have done this quest. We have a voodoo doll. Wow. This quest was one that I did in hardcore. So I guess, somebody remind me, you know, when I'm level 30, to go talk to Bone Grip and see what this quest is. Photon says, they do to a degree, I think. I think people are less about entrenching in a world, but also desire that escapism as well, because they only know themselves and they don't know how to be something else. Yeah. Another change that I really see, which there's a lot of good to it, especially as somebody who, like, definitely is an individual, rather than, like, interested in trying to blend in. But I feel like it used to be the thing where you didn't fit in and you wanted other people, and then you found a group that you kind of liked, and then you picked up on their social norms, like, in order to participate with them. And I feel like that's really shifted and changed. Now people decide what they want to do and how they want to be, and then they just bring that to every space without, like, reading the room to figure out, hey, what was the culture of this space? What do I need to do to participate with these folks? And I think that also erodes the effortful development of a culture in something like World of Warcraft that says, like, hey, what would it be like to be an Azeroth? Let's all act a little bit more like that while we play this game. That doesn't happen because nobody says, like, hey, what would it be like to act like we're an Azeroth? Because they just show up acting like themselves. Yes, yeah, people don't try to fit into groups, they just expect you to cater to them. And, like, again, as somebody who is an individual, you know, and I say that kind of humorously, like, I'm a unique, kind of silly person, but also, like, there's a number of ways where when it comes to, like, expectations within normal society, I don't fit in. And I don't want to, and I don't, like, want to try to adhere to social norms that I find uncomfortable. And so, like, I understand that, and I think it's important to make room for that, because otherwise you're just like, well, it's a social norm to oppress this group, so we're going to participate. And, like, that's not what I'm advocating for. But I do think there's a space in between doing that and like completely ignoring the fact that there is a history and a culture and a way of conversing or a set of interests or values within a space that it also can be really compelling or fulfilling to participate in. Yes, there's a time and place for it, exactly. And a lot of people would argue, like, these are really big thoughts and ideas for, like, a video game. But one thing I liked about nerdery when I was younger was, like, nerd spaces used to take themselves seriously unironically. At least the ones that I were in. Like, people bought in really hard to the idea that, like, let's be a hero, let's make things better, let's be the difference. Let's stand against evil, let's be the ethical ones. I liked that. I liked stuff taking itself seriously, but not in a way that made it, like, toxic competitive, but rather that said, hey, this matters to me, and I'm gonna care about it, and I'm gonna act in accord with that. And I miss that. Yup. You know what? You are gonna get on just fine with me and Songvale. Because we also don't join a number of spaces because we find our takes are what we perceive as nuanced, but other people perceive as being on the wrong side, when it's like, actually, I think one of you is less bad than the other, but both of you are being destructively simplifying and aggressive. Yeah, it's not fence-sitting, it's like saying that these two things are not the same. But that's not a popular take right now. You know what? That's what the Constellation is going to be about. The Constellation here on the Starsworn channel is about nuance. We believe in nuance. Put that in my rules. We believe in nuance. And I will get to 26 followers and then promptly... People don't get canceled anymore, but... The nuance Constellation. And, like, it scares me to be talking about this because I feel like it will be perceived as, like, I'm not whatever negative group thing, I'm just nuanced. But, like, sometimes people who, in fact, are not nuanced and are, in fact, negative group, like, claim to be nuanced, but they are not. You're like, it's not another perspective, like... What you're saying is in fact black and white and very, very stupid and wrong. But, I don't know, I guess I also recognize that if I were to say that to somebody I thought needed more nuance, I understand that it would just shut down the conversation, so I would never open with that. I don't know why I keep opening my social thing. We gotta figure out what quest we're doing now. I really thought that would lead to more, and it seems like it will lead to more, but it had that silver exclamation, which means the quest is not available yet. I have to get to a higher level. So, we are back in the Aberdeen thing. It will take us like 15 minutes to get back, but...
What can I do for you?
This is what we're doing. Yes, yeah. And I also think it's context-based, and people are not good at context. I explain it to students, I work with middle schoolers, through this easy-to-understand metaphor. You know, when they're like, well, I want to be able to say this thing, or I want to be able to do this thing, and my mom lets me do it, so I'm gonna get to do it here, like in this clubhouse classroom space, or I'm gonna get to do it while we're on a field trip into, like, somebody else's space that has rules that aren't what their moms are. I explain it to them, it's like pooping. You know, like, is pooping in the bathroom wrong? And they're like, no. And I'm like, that's true. But, like, would it be okay to just, like, poop on the table? And for the most part, they're able to grasp, like, no, that wouldn't be okay. And I think conducting yourself in certain manners is just a matter of pooping. We don't even have to discuss whether or not poop is evil to be able to understand that there is a time and place to poop. And the funny thing is because it's about poop and that makes it funny, like, they remember it. Like, it works. These are my teacher secrets. Critical thinking is in hot water, it's true. Right. I am just checking an email that I got from my landlord to make sure everything's fine. Everything is, in fact, totally fine. It was just confirmation that they had received my landlord, or received my email, so. Everything's alright. I sent them an email telling them that I would sign my lease, but I do actually have to take my tablet out and sign the lease. I did not sing it, though. I wonder what they would do if I just sent them, like, 'cause it, it's a couple pages. If I just sent them a link, like, to an MP3 file, and it was just 10 minutes of me singing them the lease with me stating my agreement at the end. Songville says, I think one of the big problems around algorithmic social media is that it has resulted in many people not even getting a chance to think critically or otherwise about a given topic or event before they've already been inundated by 1,000 other people's short-form opinions about it. Yep, I agree. Like, there's no space to, like, decide what your opinion is, or, for that matter, for it to be possible for you just to be like, I don't care about this thing, because you spend so much time surrounded by it, you end up having an opinion about it. Mew, you might remember when we were in middle school, you were in 7th grade, I was in 8th grade, the rest of the people that I hung out with were in 8th grade. Everybody was reading Twilight, and this was before Twilight was, like, a movie and it was really big. I remember at our middle school, I guess neither of us live anywhere near there, at Oakview Middle School in Minnesota, like, Twilight was big, like, 2 years before the rest of the world found out about it. And, like, I have never been a romance person, but some of our mutual friends, and also, I think, yeah, some of our mutual friends, I won't get more specific than that, were really into it. Like, really into it. And I was a pretty voracious reader. It was not my thing. But I just wanted to know what was going on. Like, what were we talking about it? And so, like, reading one of those books, like, took me an evening. So I also read Twilight, just so I'd know what we were talking about. And, like, you get to a point where, like, you start to have an opinion on, like, Edward versus Jacob, or whatever. Just because that's all people are talking about. But, like, if I had existed in a place where, like, I was getting to make a choice about what we were discussing, we would have been arguing over Pokemon starters, and I would not have an opinion at all about Edward versus Jacob. But I did, because that's what everyone around me was talking about, and I think social media also causes that phenomenon. That, like, because it's what's in the water all the time, you have an opinion about it, whether or not you actually would care otherwise or have done any thinking about it. I avoided being involved with anybody who was into Homestuck, so I don't know anything about Homestuck and have no opinions about it. Like, I did have a friend... I guess I have 2 friends that I know were into Homestuck. Was your sibling into Homestuck as well? I can't remember about that. I am intentionally trying to, like, leave identities super vague. Without... Yeah, your brother. Okay. I was like, I don't know how vague to be between, like, do you want to disclose anything about that you have a family? I'm not sure, like, what people want super publicly on the internet. So anyway, but your brother, yeah, he was into it. I guess I don't remember the other friend that we used to get car rides with. I don't remember him being into it. But I know I thought I remembered your brother being into it. I know the friend that I lived with in Burnsville was really into it. And then also I have an online friend named Sai that I have known since like 2008 from a Pokemon roleplay forum. He was really into it. But like all of those people, when they were really into Homestuck, I was not socializing with them very much. So like tons of people that I was friends with before and often after, I like wasn't actively engaging with during their Homestuck era. So I just missed Homestuck entirely. Although, you know, part of the reason I probably missed it was like that I'm so sensitive to visual styles and like what is evocative to me and like interesting and compelling. And Homestuck is in that like Western cartoon doodle style that I really don't like. Honestly, it was so big, it makes sense that like almost everybody of a certain age that was into nerdery was into it. Like we're probably the weird ones for not being into it. I don't think Songville did Homestuck either. I've never heard you talk about Homestuck before, at least. You're welcome to continue just listening, Keith, but if you'd like to put your two cents into the ring of whether or not you experienced enjoying Homestuck, you're welcome to do so. Or for that matter, if you had an opinion that you cared about Twilight, you're welcome to share that as well. You existed in a very awesome social space, Songvale. I'm somewhat jealous of it, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I had a good one too at points, but it went in and out and I moved around a bunch and that like greatly inhibited its continued existence. Photon gave it a shot and just wasn't into the humor. I feel like I like lol so random as like flavor. But like if everything you say is random, then it's not like the absurd humor stops hitting because part of the reason it's funny is because it's unexpected. But when I just expect whatever you say to not make sense, then it's not unexpected anymore, then it's just random. Like, which isn't a description, but like I like randomness as a flavor. I look back fondly onto like portions of being into nerdery and anime fandom crossover where like somebody throwing out something random could be really funny, but it would be really funny when you were like 4 hours deep into a really serious discussion and then somebody was like, but what about the fish? And then you would just lose it. Oh my goodness. Keith is one of us. Keith, this group of 4 people is a rare gem. Congratulations, you found your people. You found your people in a 1 week stream wonder. Photon says some of the stuff that she's heard about it is really interesting, but the issue with slogging through it to get to the trolls was the best part. I think I did the same thing. Someone was like, the trolls are really good, and then I like tried to read it, but also a lot of it was like look at it. If it was a novel, I would have made it quickly, but it wasn't a novel. And I didn't get anywhere near that. I feel like you didn't miss anything, Keith, with not being into Twilight. The valuable part of Twilight was the cultural moment. So you probably experienced it with people around you being into it, and that's it. No, Songvale. It's like also
I'm
about
listening.
like human characters who are in a video game or something too. But the trolls are the thing that everyone latched onto. Okay, let's continue questing real quick for just a second.
Farewell.
I can't in good conscience permit you to seek Volcor until I've crafted a cloak for you.
May the stars
Please
guide us.
do nicely, Gwen. I shall set to work on the cloak immediately. Give me a few moments, then return to me. Oh, one more thing. After you've used the enchantment on the cloak, you'll be limited in your interactions with others. If you can help it, do no more than speak to others. Much more than that could dispel the illusion.
Go in peace.
I shall get started right away, Gwen. Now, where was my thread and needle? Ah, there it is.
I thought he emoted once more. We're gonna assume he doesn't.
Good luck, friend.
The cloak is complete, Gwen. The time has come to find Volcor. I can only hope that we are in time. The cloak's magic, once invoked, will not last long. Perhaps 5 minutes. It will be up to you to know when to use it. I would suggest waiting until you find Grimclaw. If what he has told me is true, you will find his master in a cave south of here. Grimclaw will be alongside the road waiting for you. Signal to him by waving when you see him, and he'll point the way towards his master.
Go in peace.
Terenthus begins to cast a spell as you take the cloak from him. Go now, Gwen. Find Volcor, and remember, the magics protecting you will fail if you interact with anyone, save for talking.
Alright, Keith, see you a little bit later. Do you remember when we were all really into Wolf's Rain, Photon? I want to rewatch Wolf's Rain as the first anime that I finished. I did not know, Photon, that Homestuck got made into a book. I agree with you there, though. I think there's something to, like, the idea of video games being adapted into movies. Some of them are really good, and, like, I do enjoy the movie version of it. But there are other video games that lean into the medium where, like, you getting to experience it, and also, frankly, you experiencing it over the course of, like, 10, 20, 50 hours really pulls you into it being your experience that enhances particular I mean, I've overused the word experience, but it can transform that video game into being an experience that is not an experience you could convey through a book or through a movie. You can convey a different experience, which maybe also is really valuable, but you cannot convey the experience of the game. Oh my goodness. That's funny, because I'm pretty sure the DVD set was borrowed from your brother that I saw it on. Alright, I know where you were supposed to go help him, but we're actually going to go north and do some of these other quests. Because we gotta prevent them from turning gray. I just want to rewatch it because I haven't. But I have lots of, like, random snippets of it that sometimes just, like, float through my memories. And I want to know, like, if it was deep and meaningful, or if it's actually, like, completely nonsensical. Or if, in fact, like, I'll find it even more deep and important and resonant than it was back then. Okay, yeah, and also those songs, especially the opening. Gravity as well, but the opening, just the strain pops into my head all the time. I like the World of Warcraft one, actually, which is really more Warcraft, like Warcraft 1. But that one is particularly fun because of all the, like, visual references that you would only get if you played World of Warcraft. I feel like there are other video game adaptation movies that I did genuinely like, but I can't think of what they are right now. Oh, I actually recently saw all 3 of the Sonic the Hedgehog movies, the new ones. And especially the first one and the third one I did really like, but I've never played a Sonic game, so I don't know anything about any of that, but I liked the movies. I did not like Detective Pikachu. I own it, and I'm glad that it happened, and I do watch it, you know, type of thing, but it feels... It's like a little bit too campy. I feel like the actors don't feel real to me, like they're real people. They seem kind of shallow. And I get what they were trying to do with the realistic Pokemon, but I strongly dislike how almost all of them look. I think it's great that Detective Pikachu happened, but I keep thinking it was like a fan project and not an official one. It does not feel at all like an authentic story. It feels like a passion project that was very long. One thing I did think was cool was there was somebody on DeviantArt named Arvalis that I used to follow, and like the thing that they did was post real, like, big character design sheets for like detailed realistic Pokemon. And I found out recently, actually, that I think it's a girl, but I'm not totally sure. She was hired and was like one of the main character artists for developing the Pokemon for the film. And when I learned that, I was like, oh, that makes complete sense. Like, her art done in 3D actually looks incredibly similar to what Pokemon looked like in that movie. Yeah, but like, I'm pretty sure this stuff was posted like when I was in high school, like when I was still on DeviantArt. So like they got picked up from it rather than doing it because of the Detective Pikachu movie. I think for me, Pokemon is one of those things that goes back to like what we were saying about people like buying in and like taking themselves really seriously. And I think the Pokemon Detective Pikachu never succeeds in feeling like the characters and people in it really feel themselves like they exist within the space of the movie. The whole thing feels like actors in front of a green screen, including the way that the actors are talking, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like they failed to like embody their characters, and the world is in this sort of uncanny valley between our world and the Pokemon world to me, such that it I don't know, it just, again, it felt like a gritty reboots, if you remember that channel, like, project, where it's like the production values were kind of impressive, but it didn't actually really feel like the authentic media from it. Yeah. And, like, I have it. Burnsville friend gave it to me for my birthday or for Christmas, and, like, I kept it. I'm sure I'll watch it again. It was fun getting to go to the movie and to see the Pokemon in the background and stuff like that. And to be fair, like, Warcraft also isn't an amazing movie, but it's fun to watch as a fan of World of Warcraft. I think Warcraft pulled it off better. Especially the scenes, like, with the orcs in them, bizarrely enough. Because, I say bizarrely because those ones were, like, all CGI and stuff, too. But, like, I think there was, like, a depth of heart. You know, there was, like a sincerity to Warcraft, even though when it was kind of a parody, like, it still felt like people really loved what they were doing, and I did not feel that sincerity in Detective Pikachu. It just felt... It felt a little silly, it felt a little fake, it felt kind of like when you watch a kid's show, like a thing that's, like, filmed with real people for kids, and then you find out later that, like, everybody absolutely hated that job, and you can kind of, like, see that their smiles aren't real when they sing to the children in the show. Did I see the Mario? I did see the Mario movie, but I think I watched it on my phone on a plane. So what I mean by that is, like, it was really hard to see, and I don't remember loads and loads about it. I think I remember it being fun, though. I think I liked it. I think I liked it, but it wasn't memorable. I remember the thing about Bowser wanting to marry the princess. I'm pretty sure my opinion was that it felt like, it did feel like a movie that, like, tonally matched, in a sincere way, my perception of Mario Brothers. But it's been a while, and I don't remember finding it super memorable overall, so I don't know. I don't know if that's my opinion or not. This might be one of those things where it's like, I haven't thought about it enough to really have an opinion. It doesn't totally exist within my life. Now I want to pause and go look at a list of video game movies. I remember watching the Prince of Persia movie, and I mean, I used to play Prince of Persia on my mom's flip phone, so I don't know if it was a good adaptation of that or not, but it was a decent movie. I have not seen Monster Hunter. I'm gonna go look at a list of video game movies. Video game movies. Please hold, people who are in the chat. I searched popular video game movies, and the 5th one that came up is The Hunger Games. I don't think that's a video game movie. Actually, this was not a movie about the game, but it was a movie about the game's creation. Did you watch the Tetris movie? I don't know if you know the, like, actual history about the development of Tetris and the way that it was licensed or not licensed correctly all over the world. That story was absolutely freaking wild. They simplified it a bunch for the movie adaptation of it. But I liked that movie quite a bit. It was entertaining, and it was still absolutely crazy. But what was even crazier was knowing that they simplified the absolute chaos of that game getting out of Russia a lot. And it was still complicated in the movie. The Tetris lore is crazy. If you ever want to watch, like, a 2-hour documentary, the Gaming Historian's video about the story behind Tetris is super, super interesting. I am flipping through video game movies, and I was not even aware that some of these movies I've never heard of. Another one, somebody saying Hunger Games is an example. Hunger Games is not a video game movie. I feel like there are more video game movies, but I can't think of what they are. Jumanji is not a video game movie. Hunger Games, not a video game movie. The Matrix, not a video game movie. Jumanji is, like, one of those things that I know I watched on TV as a young child. And I remember having nightmares about a talking toilet the night after I watched it. I was, like, sleeping over at a babysitter's house while my mom went somewhere. It was, like, my mom's best friend or something like that at the time. And I remember having nightmares about a talking toilet after watching Jumanji. I should watch it again at some point. Like, the original Jumanji. I have not seen the newer one. But the original Jumanji scared me a lot the one time I saw it. Have you found any more of their scrolls? I should be able to piece together a larger picture of the cult if you can find them.
Goodbye.
Many thanks, Gwen. This should shed some light on this warlock's gathering. The Cult of the Dark Strand. I have never heard of this group before. Having no knowledge of their history, it is all but impossible to say what their plans must be. There is no more time to delay. Warning must be delivered to Delgrin immediately.
Farewell.
My master, Delgrin the Purifier, is a paladin who has graciously offered his assistance in defending our forests from the forces of the demons and the undead. He has taught me much about the holy light and the art of battle. Delgrin must know of the cult's operations immediately. You will find him far south of here at Maestra's post in Ashenvale Forest. Be swift. I fear the Darkstrand's threat grows here with each passing hour. You know, it kind of sounds like he is the apprentice of a paladin, and that's really ironic for somebody with a dagger and the last name Shadowstrike.
Dear Natus.
In World of Warcraft, the people who are in cults usually are very open about it. Once they are hanging out in cult spaces, they absolutely, like, every so often there'll be like somebody who is a like a double agent, but for the most part, yeah, usually people are pretty upfront about being in a cult. We will do this while we're up here real quick with the key. The pirate gnome said that we need to get it from the crabs and from the forest riders, and we already have the Murloc part. Honestly, the only thing I can think of when you say that's funny in relation to cults in World of Warcraft is that somebody, so they're in Cataclysm, it was revealed that, like, the head person of, like, the main city of humans, like, the head of the cathedral in their major religion, so, like, the head of the whole religion, I guess, for the light, was revealed to be, like, working for the evil Doomsday cult. And in the dungeon where that was revealed, one of his lines that he yells is something about despair, like the emotion, and he says that the despair is delicious. And people, like, thought it was funny the way the voice actor pronounced it, and so they changed into despair, so delicious, as in a delicious pear. Well, we got the key fragment from literally the first crab we killed, so that's very convenient. Let's go do the Forest Strider part now. Actually, I think that was a guild on Wyrmrest Accord for a while. Despair so delicious. This is the Ruins of Mithristra. We had something that we needed to do up here, didn't we? We need relics. I'm glad that we got close enough to see it and that I didn't just say, I'm gonna abandon this quest. When we get close this time, like, it runs up, I'm gonna remember to turn into cat form. Look at me. I'm doing it. I remembered how to melee. Oh, dude, I'm gonna do a pro gamer move. Okay. Alright. Get ready. Let me find something else to hunt. Are you ready for some amazing druid gameplay? Here we go. So I'm gonna stealth up as a cat. I'm gonna go bam, bam, wait for my energy to regen, bam, this, wait for it to get grabbed. Please get grabbed. Oh my goodness, you are making me look bad. You are making me look bad. What the heck? It has had a 40% chance every time it's hit me. Thank you. Alright, so that wasn't great gamer game plus. I'm gonna have to try that again. My bad. But that wasn't what I wanted to have happen at all. Alright, let's try this again. This is what I want to show you. This is my strat. I guess I've already defeated as enough of those. We're gonna go defeat something else. Hold on, I'll show you my strat. Now we have to wait for the cooldown on Prowl. Okay. This is what I wanted to show you. It had a 60, it wasn't even 40. It's a 65% chance to entangle them, and it wasn't working. Like, the odds on that were extremely not what they showed up as. Get entangled. Okay, so that's what it was. And then they just barely get to hit us. That was my pro gamer move that I wanted to have happen. The energy regen time is a little bit brutal. You know what's just occurred to me? I shouldn't upload clips because YouTube only serves my shorts for like an hour, it seems like. I should not upload shorts at the end of my streams. I should upload shorts from the previous stream right before the current one begins. On the off chance that someone comes and looks for me because they think it's funny. Or cool. That what I just did was not cool. Don't worry, Sungvale. I'm going to clip that if she does not. Alright, we might have to get the next level of entangling roots because it is really not... Okay, I have the next level of entangling roots and I was choosing not to use it. Thank you. I can't... What were the odds on that? Like, how many times did it hit me and fail to hit the 65% chance it would be rooted? That was ridiculous. Alright, I'm not sure about this Starfire business. It is very, very slow to cast. Well, that was rude. Don't slow me when you're already dead. It's not gonna help you. Thank you. I have no idea if it matters, but like it doesn't track as a metric when I make clips after the stream is over. It only cares if other people make clips during the stream, and I don't know why. I'm guessing because they want viewer engagement rather than like me managing my content backlog, or not backlog, my content catalog myself, but yeah, which like makes sense, but 65% chance. That is what's supposed to happen, but it appears that I do in fact need to get the next level of Nature's Grasp. Yeah, I think if I had more than one monitor and also did not mind like making the screen or making the whole stream like pause while I messed with it, I could do it, but I'm, you know, trying to continue just playing the game. Moonfire spam! Oh, I only got to spam once. I guess it's not spam. Songvale, you can be the person who pins messages at the top, and Photon, you can be the person who understands how Twitch works otherwise. And together we are one mod team. Cat figurine. Good stuff. Did I not have a cat figurine already? I didn't? On Gwen? Oh. What was I doing? Thank you. Yes, you are the line drawers. I was thinking a good, like, insignia for, like, the mods of, like, a creative stream would be kind of like feather quills that look like you're gonna write or draw something, but then the end of them is actually just, like, a knife. You know, it's like a staff where the top is all, like, creative fantasy, and then the bottom is, like, if you get out of line, I'll stab you. So that might be my mod insignia when I create a whole world building thing for my folks, or for my stream. I've told you that one before, I think, Songvale. But it's nice that it is still a good idea the second time. How's everyone doing? We're almost at 5 hours of stream. I feel pretty good. I want to keep going, but we are almost at 5 hours of stream, so. Yeah, probably. Some kind of, like, sorcerer, librarian, king, elf, star. I don't know. It's in progress. I'm working on it. I mean, I haven't drawn anything, but I'm thinking about aesthetically what I would love to have my presentation thing be. Yeah, I like the idea of a librarian. Have you been drawing the whole time? Dude, looks like me streaming is not just good for my, my level of focus. We are gonna fix our lives and our attention spans by me starting Twitch. Honestly, co-working streams, it's a big hack. Okay, that sounds... Librarian King Star Elf at least sounds slightly less dumb. Imagine if it was a star that was cosplaying as an elven librarian king. I don't want to be that, but that's what the adjective arrangement there makes me think of. Well done. I hope you enjoy the productivity that my stream has given you as well. Honestly, I feel like that would help me do my own chores. I turn on YouTube videos of people talking about stuff while I do things around my apartment. Again, that would be an example of one of the things that I think I had already discovered I was doing, and then when, you know, like, Songvale's like, hey, I was reading about ADHD and it really sounds like you, and then I was like, okay, well, I'll at least go look at tips for it, and I was like, well, I already do all of these things. I have discovered them already on my own, which, you know, may make it more likely that I potentially have diagnosable ADHD. But it sounds like at this point the only other thing I could really do is medication, which I do not want for myself, but for other people that works well for them and allows them to engage with the world in the way that they want, I think that's fine. But that's not what I want for myself. So I was just like, well, Maybe I have ADHD. I don't know, but the do these things lists tend to be things that I have figured out on my own help me. Congratulations on being almost finished. I have not heard opinions one way or the other if we should continue streaming, so I'm going to continue streaming. You guys let me know when you are too tired to continue. I do think it will be the case, like, if both of you need to go, I probably will peter out, just because I can tell the conversation is part of, like, what keeps me excited and, like, engaged and interested, and I think at this point, because it's been 5 hours of talking, if I have to come up with things to talk about on my own, I probably won't, and I'm trying not to let myself stream in silence. Not because it's, like, bad for me. I think overall it's probably fine for me. I just don't know. I don't know if it's what's best for trying to, like, cultivate a streaming social community if sometimes I am very quiet for a long period of time. Alright. You're ready to get going for the evening, it sounds like, then, Photon? I almost said other name, which admittedly, my name for you is not identifying, so it would not be an issue. Neither of you are addressed by your legal names by me in any context. Alright. Yeah, did you just, like, get home from work and then immediately turn on the stream? Are you using my voice to make dinner too? You should make dinner. Great. Make dinner. I am not just arbitrarily killing these, by the way. I am looking for these things on the ground. These are the relics that the Onu the Tree Man asked me to retrieve. Oh, nice.
Still recharging.
I guess Starfire makes sense specifically when they are trapped in the roots. Because I have plenty of casting time on it, but... You should send me a picture of your cat. And also tell me what your cat's name is. As an opener to what? I am not sure what that reference is, Songvale. Luca. That's nice. Here's another cat figurine. Oh, open combat. Yeah, you're right. Oh, duh. Why am I using Wrath? I feel silly. Thank you for that suggestion, Songvale. I don't know why that wasn't what I was doing. Alright, are we gonna get the rare? Is the rare spirit gonna spawn? No. Not that I don't have a lot of hunters already, but I am definitely considering for that boost that I got with Midnight to do a Night Elf Huntress. But I'm not sure. Okay, I just pulled with Wrath again. Fail! That could be a sound alert. People could tell me that I failed. I also like hype, hype, huzzah. I said that earlier. And I feel like those could be two alerts. One is hype, hype, huzzah! And then the other one is fail! It could be fail, fail, fail. Uh-oh. Now is not the time to be looting, Glenn. Now it is acceptable to loot. Hey, and there's our last relic. Great. Thank you for bringing me right to it, dude. Honestly, that used to be such a big faux pas. Like, if you were in a group and people were still fighting and you looted, sometimes the whole group would just stop progression after the fight was over and, like, talk about it with you, and if you did not respond correctly, they would kick you out. Like, while we were still fighting, you were supposed to be focused on fighting. I love looking at a classic quest log and seeing just, like, complete, complete, complete. Like, especially these days because, like, auto loot is a thing, and it's so instantaneously fast, it's also not as big of a deal. But, like, back in the day where people were, like, individually clicking items and, like, managing their inventory, like, what should I keep or what should I delete? Like, yeah, honestly, probably don't. Improved Moonfire. Oh, do we do natural weapons? I probably should get Omen of Clarity, but I like this. But we're gonna work our way to Omen of Clarity. Yeah. And of course, back in the day, like, it could be survival, not just slowing the pace, too. Like, it could cause a wipe if somebody was not doing what they need to be doing. Have you found me broke-down key, landlubber? Avast, you scurvy sea dog! You did it! Soon me mate be back working in order, and... Soon me first mate be back in working order, and them beasties won't know what hit 'em. Have you seen me first mate? Landlubber, you needs to find me first mate. Take this in key and put it in Gulliver and bring him back here to serve the captain. Them Murlocs and their chief ain't gonna be too happy once me first mate gets a hold of 'em. Like, I wonder who was like, you know what Darkshore, the elven area needs? A gnomish pirate. Don't do this. I already have decided that I want to play a new version of WoW in addition to this week, like, rejuvenating my interest in the existing 4 versions of WoW. Alright. So I know how this goes down. At a certain point, he's gonna attack me. I really expected to be faster than him. I guess at the time that this came out, people either loved pirates or ninjas, but everybody loved at least one of them. Thank you for sending what I assume is a cat photo. I have a text notification about it. I will check it out when I am done getting murdered. I guess I should use Starfire for as long as possible here. This thing hits hard, wow. Oh my goodness, look at it's doing 10% of my health every time. Are we gonna get this? Yes, okay, good. That, you know, wasn't... We didn't have 10 more seconds in that fight. Were you here for when we came up with the RIP acronym earlier? Yar, you be proving yourself to be more than a yellow sea dog, landlubber. The captain may promote you to poop deck swabby if you be keeping this up. And thank goodness you don't want anything else from me. I also think it's weird that you asked me to go get him, and then he died, and you were just like, that's great. You have a weird relationship. Alright, what do we got? Looks like... Oh, Den Mother, of course. Okay. The Den Mother is right here, so we'll grab that, and we are headed south. I should go back and find my explanation of what RIP stands for. And keep that too. Very important piece of WoW lingo that we did not yet have a vocabulary item for. Okay. Luca's feet look so fluffy. It looks really great, Songville. I like it a lot. I wonder what these are. This must be, like, something for a warlock secret of some kind. I'm sure she does, but that just means that she's everywhere, and she will always be everywhere forever. After Den Mother, I will have my Hearthstone up, and I think I will use it and then go to the restroom. Because I kind of go to the restroom, but I want to be complete with all the stuff. I don't think I can cut through here. I guess I could if I stealthed. But this will be a very slow pace. Oh, you know, it doesn't feel that bad. I think this will still be faster than actually going around. It is 40% slower. It becomes faster. It's obvious that it's faster when I come out of it. Based of feeling. Based of feeling. Based of feeling! I will not be turned off. You cannot end this. Songvale knows. It's just your turn to get roasted. You know, I think I hit 10 followers, which was my previous goal. I hit 10 followers while I was offline because ultimately, I believe it was, I think the username she picked involves Pion, maybe Nini Pion? I'm not sure. I think she's only been here a couple times. But a friend followed me while I was offline. And now I'm kind of wondering being at 18 of 20 and having gotten the last few follows from, like, people that I, mutually follow. Like, I followed and then they followed me back type of thing. I'm wondering if I'm gonna get 20 out of 20, also while offline. I am based of feeling. That was kind of weird, like, how slowly they all pulled. Convenient, though. Yikes. It could happen. I'm just wondering if I'm ever actually gonna get to see, like, the goal be achieved live on stream. Ooh, interesting. Deal 20 instances of bleeding damage to humanoids, then use this idol to learn a new ability. This is a Season of Discovery thing. Cool. Okay. Oh wow, there is many clams. Alright, I am hearthing back. Am I feeling clammy? You know, no. Alright, so are we at a place now where you two would like to be done for the evening? Because I feel like what we could do is, I need to run to the restroom. But when I come back, we can raid and be done if you two would like to go do other things. Would you mind staying for my raid so that I look less ridiculous raiding in with one person? And it's me. It's a raid of one. I'm doing old content, so it's soloable. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be back in, like, 2 minutes. And then we will raid. If that sounds good. Alright, I'll be right back. Guys, you'll never guess who's back. Do you have any guesses about who's back? It's me! I'm back. Alright, I am taking a look to see who is live that I follow. Alright, so from people that I already follow. Am I streaming tomorrow? Probably. Because I'm having a good time. I don't know what time. I kind of like starting sort of when I did today. Like kind of at that earlier hour. So I don't know if you will be home from work. I also tend to go to Songvales on the weekend, on Fridays, but I don't really know what time I will do that. So that's kind of where it's like, I probably will stream tomorrow, but I also really don't know how far into the evening I will go, because it kind of depends on when I go to Songvales. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I probably will stream tomorrow. It might be, I might end before now, but I also might start earlier than I did today. Songvale, I'm glad that I am more to your liking than Malfurion. Alright, let's see. What are we feeling? Are we feeling the person I streamed into yesterday who plays hardcore and followed me back? Or should we go to the ferret rescue? Let's see if anybody's awake at the ferret rescue. Oh, they're playing. There's people out playing at the ferret rescue. I think it might be the ferret rescue. Oh my goodness, you guys! Why are you making me choose? I feel like this is gonna be the trend. You guys are gonna like have the opposite opinions. All right. I guess let's go to hardcore person, and we will do ferret in the future. Thank you, Photon, for being willing to acquiesce. It's raiden time. Let me flip this over to no content before I forget, and we'll do this. Now, I haven't spent loads of time around this person. I don't know if I would endorse their beliefs, but I've done it. I've what is their name? I thought it started with Rio. Rio James. I have watched a little bit of their stream before, and I also have sold them an item. I have sold them an item that they gave to their Twitch chat, so that's how I'm aware of this person. I have already clicked raid Rio James, otherwise I would have gladly changed it to the ferret one. I'm sorry. But thank you for hanging out today, and here we are. We raided now.
One person I think didn't know.
Appreciate
that
the
if
raid,
you
my
alt
man.
F4
Fuck yeah.
With
appreciate you, my guy. Wow.
Less than 50 seconds on your pet tree, you like still die.
Oh shit! So they didn't leave the party on time, and they didn't Petri like the timing.
Yeah, basically, yeah.